Sterling, welcome. Thank you. And
join the look at the presentation. I don't think, Mad Dog, do you decide you're not going to stream audio in the X Space itself?
We're going to have Scuba with his mic open. He's going to be airing it here so we can listen. But if the links to Scuba's site could be posted in the Purple Pill, that would be great. And then people that want to can watch it, which I suggest that people watch it because he's going to be putting this out in a very orderly manner. So anyway, you can watch it and just turn your sound out here and post questions in the Purple Pill for Sterling later. Is that correct?
Yeah, so I just want to let everyone know I'm actually going to have Chrome muted just so I don't get distracted by, open mics or hot mics on the X Space. So just letting you know that I'm not going to be able to hear you guys until I'm done with the presentation.
So Scuba, it's up to you.
I'm ready to rock.
Okay.
Right. Let's do a mic check before we get started. Can you guys hear me?
I can.
You're coming in loud and clear.
Great. I want to make sure everyone on YouTube can hear me as well.
Yes, they can. I just turned it on and I heard that it is delayed, but I can hear you.
Awesome. Okay, I just got the thumbs up from YouTube. Everyone can hear me. Okay, let's get started. This is something I've been wanting to do for a long time because it is in the forefront. This is what we're battling. This is the origins of what it is we're battling. We're battling something new. It's quite literally called neo-Marxism. But this is the foundation. This is the economic, the classical Marxism philosophy that I'm going to cover here. So it's an introduction to Marxism, socialism, and communism. And yes, all three of those things are different things. They're not interchangeable. They're not swappable. These words mean things, and I want to make sure that the accuracy of the definitions of these words are known by all of us, because we can no longer be ignorant about this stuff. We need to get this stuff straight so that when we're engaging with the left, wherever that is, in an X space, on the streets, wherever, even between our family members, we talk as though we know what we're talking about. And that's really important because the people you're going to converse with, they've been studying this stuff for years. They know our philosophy very, very well because they're against it. So they've studied their enemy. And this is our opportunity to do the same. So let's go ahead and get started. I want to cover the agenda here. So I'm going to break it down in very simple segmented parts. So they go together in the order, but also they're all each their own separate thing, and we can cover them one by one. So it's not as intimidating as it looks. So what is Marxism? So Marxism, and we're going to get into this later in more depth, but he believed in something called historical, or sometimes called dialectical materialism. So basically what that means is that Marx posited the theory that history itself progresses through material means. the aggregation of it, the consolidation of it, the distribution of it, that's how history itself progresses. That is the philosophy of Marxism. So Marxism is, we move history by moving stuff. It's a very simplistic, very flat definition. It's a quick definition of Marxism, but that's what it is at its core. Now, socialism, we're going to go over that because it is a theoretical temporary state between capitalism and communism. And socialism is not the same as communism. They're not interchangeable either. They mean two very different things. So we're going to go over those both and clearly define what it is these things are, as well as what they are not. So I think it's very important to cover him pretty soon. Unfortunately, you cannot understand Marx and where he's coming from and why he thinks history progresses through these material means. You can't understand that reasoning, that axiom he's operating off of, without understanding Hegel first, because Marx himself was Hegelianism split into two. You had the old Hegelians and then you had the young Hegelians, and that is what Marx was. He was a young Hegelian. All right, so next thing are going to be definitions. These are things that are important to establish before we're even able to understand the words that we're using. So I went briefly over Marxism at the beginning. It is the belief that I'll just read it. Socioeconomic analysis focusing on class relations and societal conflict using material interpretation. So basically what I said, history progresses through material. Socialism. Socialism is an economic system characterized by social ownership and democratic control of production. Now, when we see the word democratic, okay, a liberal, a communist, and a fascist are going to interpret the word democratic completely differently. They're going to use the same words, but we're going to arrive at different definitions of what the word democratic means. So when a socialist uses the word democratic, they mean a direct democracy, right? They don't, for example, socialists hate the electoral college because they don't like that we are a system of representation. They hate that. They think that that is not only wrong, but it's also like morally wrong. And we'll get into that a little bit later on. Socialism is the seizure of the means of production. I'll give you an example. Venezuela is very, very rich until the government seized the means of oil production in that country. And the reason why it goes south so quickly is because the prices of the commodities that the government seizes is not subject to open markets. So it becomes incredibly difficult to deduce the price of what a thing should be, because when you have a market, it tells you what people are willing to pay for it, what the market is willing to bear, and that's how much it is. So when you seize the means of production, you basically inflate it, and it becomes alienating from the people who are trying to buy that commodity. It's either very strict, very expensive, and it doesn't care what the market or the demand is. So that is socialism. Communism, when you're talking to a leftist or an actual like full-blown communist, and they tell you that communism has never been tried, they're actually correct, but for the wrong reason. They're incorrect, or I'm sorry, they are correct because communism is a theoretical place. It has never happened. There has never been a classless nor stateless society where everything is publicly traded and everything is redistributed by needs. There is no you cannot prove communism empirically because it's never happened. So when they say that communism's never been tried, well, I mean, it has been tried, but it's never happened. And we'll get into why that is. The state, the state formed under socialism, it just never goes to the next stage, which is communism. So the next word is capital. So capital is just anything that generates wealth. And for the communist, property is inextricable from capital. So that's why they are so bent on eliminating private property, because that's what they believe to make capital itself. To them, they're synonymous. Property, capital. And so let's go into proletariat. The proletariat is the working class, the workers, the people who are employed to be on the factory floor, building those widgets, putting in the screws. Though that's the proletariat. Pretty simple concept. And then the bourgeoisie is the people who own the means of production. They are the capitalists. So bourgeoisie is just Marx's way of saying liberal capitalism. You can replace bourgeoisie with liberal capitalism, and it will read no differently. So we're going to go into the struggle between those two things. And I do want to mention that, so these words are French. And it's escaped me. I should have done this before. Proletariat just means like the workers, the mass, the I think just the workers. Bourgeoisie comes from a word called the bourge, and bourge in French just means town folk. That's where the rich and the property owners and the business owners tend to congregate, is in cities. So the bourge were, middle upper class people that had their own businesses and they were productive, they were entrepreneurs. That's the bourgeoisie. So just think of the bourgeoisie as the people who own capital. They own private property. A materialism. This is very important to understanding Marx's philosophy itself, because in the 21st century North American context, when we say, oh yeah, that person's a materialist, that just means they like to buy a lot of stuff. Okay, materialism is that we're dealing with the philosophy of materialism, which is not that understanding at all. What it is the belief that there is nothing but matter. There is no spirituality, there is no God, there is only matter. And the only thing that matters when all there is matter is the aggregation and the redistribution of matter. So the movement of material, again, going back to Marx's philosophy of historical Marxism, or I'm sorry, historical materialism, is this movement of matter is what is progressing history. It's what's getting us to the eventuality that we're seeking, which is communism. So materialism is the philosophy that all that there is physical matter. And then the last is the most complex out of all of these, the dialectic. If you've heard anything about Hegel, you have heard the dialectic, because that was his tool that he was using to drive history forward. And you're going to see this parallel between Hegel and Marx with this just obsession with progressing history forward and doing what they believe to further or to help that progression along. That's why Marx, he was a young Hegelian, but he broke off. Actually, he flipped Hegel. And actually, on that note, we're going to go to the next slide. So this is Hegel, and I'm not even going to try and pronounce his name. I think it's Jorge. I'm not great with German. So who is Hegel? Hegel was he's one of the probably actually the most influential thinker of the 19th century. He wrote his kind of magnum opus was he wrote it after the French Revolution. It was called Phenomenology of Spirit. So you're going to see this word spirit and Geist a lot, because Hegel believed that history was it had a purpose. So when you were trying to understand the purpose of something, that's called teleology. So he was a historical teleologist, where he's trying to actually understand what the purpose of history was, which is a huge task. And I guess let me explain a little bit more what teleology is, just so we understand what Hegel was trying to do with history with teleology. So teleology is when you're trying to understand the purpose of something by studying it. So an extrinsic version of that would be a fork, for example, something made by someone else outside of you, therefore it's extrinsic. So you look at a fork, right? You look at the shape that it is, you look at the size, you look at how it's kind of contoured. And so even if you had never seen a fork before, eventually by studying its design, you can deduce its purpose. That's teleology. So, but rather than doing that with a fork, Hegel was doing that with history, the history of mankind. Hegel was trying to figure out why we're here and what we're all doing this for, what this whole game is about, this whole nations conquering other nations, people migrating, different religions and different belief systems, he believed all that was necessary, doing this kind of push and pull that was propelling history forward. So one of the biggest, most influential example of this happening to Hegel was the French Revolution. So the French Revolution happened in 1798. Phenomenology of Spirit by Hegel came out in 1907, and he was inspired by it, and he called it what do you call it? Like true liberation. These people were liberating themselves from the feudalism and the monarchies and the church, and we all know how that went. So let me get back on point here. Let me stick to these bullet points. So the Hegelian dialectic, right? So I covered briefly that Hegel believes that these struggles between different nations and different countries and peoples, that's necessary to drive history forward. And he called this process the dialectic. So it has three stages, right? You have the thesis. Let's just say you have a country that is expanding. It's imperialistic. It's trying to spread its influence. But then you have another country that's also trying to do the same thing. It's antithesis. It's opposite. Well, those two countries need to go to war and fight that out. Whoever is the victor, they develop a new understanding of not production, but it's the new, the wheel has made a revolution. The history has been pushed forward by this conflict. Now, Hegel didn't just deal with real world material conflict. He also dealt, actually, mostly primarily because he was an idealist, he dealt mainly with the mind, or what he called the Geist. And the best way to understand Geist is just mind. And when he says that, he's not talking about your mind or my mind or his mind. He's talking about the totality of human consciousness on the planet and our understandings and our how we conceive reality, and how these conceptions that we have are constantly evolving, and they're moving us towards something which he called absolute. So the philosophy of Hegel is called absolute idealism. An idealist, classical German idealist, believes that the mind quite literally creates reality. So because we're experiencing the world through our mind, ultimately it's our mind that defines reality. And if you want to understand, like, how could anyone ever believe that? Well, the transgender movement is just like that. That's an idealist philosophy. The transgender. I believe that gender can be swappable, and I'm going to force reality to contour to that idealism. So that is a very far, great grandchild of German idealism, but it's the same principle. The idea that what is in my mind, I can make that come about because reality is just a product of the mind. So that's what idealism is. So Hegel is an absolute idealist. So he believed that the mind is creating reality. The mind is constantly, because of these conflicts and these contradictions that we have, and they're warring themselves out, which he called the dialectic. That is the engine that is propelling Geist or mind forward, and that's what he believed. And if you want to think of an example of like how is it that a global or global consciousness is moving forward and understanding? Well, we there was a time when we thought that the Earth was the center of the universe. Well, then at some point, Hegel would argue, well, Geist then proceeded forward, and it gained new understanding that no, we're actually not the center of the universe. In fact, we orbit something else. So Hegel is using that kind of mind, spirit, Geist understanding of the man and the world around him and how he experienced things. That's the thing that he's trying to get to its conclusion, which he called the absolute. The absolute is the point at which a man is no longer has any internal conflicts, and he has accepted that the mind creates reality, and that this point is an inevitability of this dialectical process, that it will eventually get to a point, a conclusion, or a quote end of history, but in the conscious, in the mind. So it's important to understand that Hegel was very much in the realm of the mind, or Geist, or spirit. Marx was not. Marx didn't. He didn't. This is where he disagreed with Hegel. He didn't believe in this, that the mind, that human consciousness is what is moving forward. No. It's actually material. So Marx, he famously quoted that he stood Hegel on his head. He flipped him. Instead of the mind and ideas and thought, we're going to go into the hard material. So the exact opposite. So that's why he can say, I flipped, or he flipped Hegel on his head. That's what he means by that. So he kept the dialectical process, however. He kept this idea that, yeah, history does move forward through this process of thesis, antithesis, and synthesis. However, what does that, though, is the economy, and modes of production. Because, again, he believes material is what's driving us forward. So, well, what makes material? Well, people, the workers. So hopefully that's kind of connecting those dots to you on how Marx is getting from Hegel's idealism, and he's turning it into his own kind of materialist idealism. He doesn't depart entirely from idealism, because if you understand communism to be a theoretical place that is not dependent on empirical data to prove, it is an idealist concept. Communism is idealism. At its core. So Marx, he it's like he can't make a choice. Is he a materialist, or is he an idealist, or does he believe that the material leads to the ideal? You know, that's something that I would love to know, and maybe someone does know that. All right, so I'm just making sure we're gonna hit this nail on the head so that we get this down, because these are very important things to know. So what Marxism is not, right? Marxism is not when the government does things. Okay, taxation, that is not Marxism. Maintaining the welfare programs and public infrastructure, that also is not Marxism. Equal pay is also not Marxism, because Marx does not believe in. He believes currency to be necessary only through the stage of socialism, but in communism there is no currency, because everything that people need is determined based off of their needs and not for profit. So Marxism is not equal pay. It's not. It's also not a social democracy. So you'll hear people talk about the Scandinavian countries like Sweden and Norway and Finland, how those are socialist countries. No, they're not. They are social democracies. And what a social democracy is it just has basically more robust safety nets for people. Like, you may have free education, you may have free healthcare to a point that the population and its economy can bear. So that is what those countries are. They are mixed economies. They are definitely capitalistic in that they have private businesses which generate capital, which they own private property. So the Sweden, the Norway, the Scandinavian model is not socialism. So anyone that thinks that, how to shut them down now. You now know the difference between, for example, democratic socialism and social democracy. They are not the same thing. So I know I went over this kind of prematurely, but what Marxism is, it is historical materialism. It is the theory that society's economic structures and material resources are the primary drivers of human history through class struggle. So he believes, like I said, history is propelled forward by this material struggle, these warring factions. And what is that class struggle? Human history through the lens of class, specifically identifying an ongoing conflict. He uses the word struggle a lot, between the bourgeoisie, the haves, and the proletariat. Well, theoretical haves and theoretical have-nots. So his answer to that, though, is the abolition of private property, the overthrow of the capitalist system. They don't want a representative democracy. They want a direct democracy, and they want to abolish private property, because through that transitionary state of socialism, we'll eventually get to communism. So that is what Marxism is and is not. So I do want to read the opening This is the very first line, with the exception of the foreword that Marx, he makes his own foreword on his own book. But this is the first like official, like under the title bourgeoisie and proletarians, because the Communist Manifesto is divided up into three parts. The first is called the bourgeoisie and the proletarian. So in this first part of the Communist Manifesto, he's setting the stage. He's setting up what the conflict is and why they're conflicting. But he starts off kind of snarky here, because he says, a specter is haunting Europe, the specter of communism. So this opening line already, he is saying, well, communism already exists. It's already around us. It's in every country. It's, you know, it's the workers yearning for them to own the means of production themselves. They're tired of being exploited. So that's what he's saying here, that the specter of communism, it's already here, and everyone's, you know, scared of it. So all the powers of old Europe have entered into a holy alliance to exercise this specter. The Pope, the Tsar, I'm not going to try and pronounce those things, Metternich and Guizot, French radicals and German police spies. So he's just saying, you know, there's this kind of unspoken agreement that all these different powers have to kind of resist communism, which is this ghost that is haunting them. So that's his opening line there. So he goes on, where is the party in opposition that has not decried a communistic by its opponents in power? So he's saying all these different nations are just throwing around the word communist, and they're using it as a pejorative. Oh, you're a communist. So that's what he's saying there. Where's the opposition that has not hurled back the branding reproach of communism against the more advanced opposition parties, as well as against its reactionary adversaries? Reactionaries. So we have to, I should have made a definition of the word reactionary. So what Marx actually, his philosophy is in reaction to liberalism. So liberalism's been around since 1690, and was really implemented in earnest in like the early 19th century, I think like 1820. But Marx would argue that it's been around since the French Revolution. So he says the people who are reacting against his reaction to liberalism and capitalism, they're the reactionaries. And he does this very subtly. So you'll hear communists use that word a lot to describe what they'll call neoliberals. They'll describe them as reactionaries, when in reality it was Marx developing a philosophy in reaction to capitalism and liberalism. So there's the irony there. So he's saying it's reactionary adversaries. They're reacting to the specter of communism. That's what he's saying. They're the ones reacting, not us. So two things result from this fact that he just established. Communism is already acknowledged. All European powers to be a power itself, or itself be a power. Like we said, his argument is they all know what communism is. They all know it's like all around us. We can't get rid of it. And then number two, he says, it's high time that the communists should openly no longer be a spirit, no longer be a Geist, but to openly consolidate, he says, he makes the argument here, in the face of the whole world, publish their views, their aims, their tendencies, and meet this nursery tale of the specter of communism with a manifesto of the party itself. So if you look at the title when it says the Manifesto of the Communist Party, this is a political, it's not a philosophical, though there is a tremendous amount of overlap, because sometimes you'll hear communists argue, well, the Communist Manifesto, that's just for the party. That's not for the politics. That's not for the the beliefs and the philosophy. And they are pedantically correct, but they're ignoring that. I mean, what is being said in the party and what is being said by Marx himself outside of the party, there's like an 85-90% overlap. So that's another thing that you can throw back in communists' faces when they're just like, oh no, that's just the Communist Party. It's all one big soup. It's all one ideological soup. And if you look at the subheading, the Communist Confession of Faith. What is that? So before it was called the Communist Manifesto of the Communist Party, It was called the Communist Confession of Faith. And why that is on the next slide. So after this forward, in earnest, the Communist Manifesto starts, and he has to set the groundwork for what it is he believes, this class struggle. And he does so by just asserting that the history of all hitherto existing societies, so every society that has ever been, is the history of class struggle. So he's saying that since the beginning of time, there has always been this class struggle. It's always been there. That's what he's saying. So it is a leap of faith in that he's getting you, this is his opening, this is the equivalent, his equivalent of, in the beginning, God made the heavens and the earth. It's axiomatic, and it sets up, it's the foundation upon which everything else is built, just as it is in the Bible when God made the heavens and the earth. If you didn't know that there's two different places that exist, you really can't understand the rest of the Bible, right? So this is his leap of faith that he's asking you to take. For you to understand anything about Marxism, you need to understand what it is he's saying, and you need to believe it. So society as a whole is more and more splitting up into two great hostile camps, into two great classes directly facing one another. Again, he's also asserting the belief that they've always been in direct conflict with one another, that it's always been that way. And he calls them the bourgeoisie, the town folk, the liberal capitalists, and the proletariat, the workers, the people on the actual, conveyor belt, putting in the screws in the widget or whatever. That's what he's dividing the world into, and he's asking you to believe that with him, so that everything else that he says makes sense. So, what is his main issue with capitalism? We know that he doesn't like private property. He knows that, or we know that he believes that capital, the generation of money, of wealth, is inextricable from property. But why? Why does he think that? Well, so he believes capitalism, I'll just read it here. So society, and again, this is 1848 or 1847 when he's writing this, suddenly society finds itself put back into a state of momentary barbarism. What is he talking about here? He's talking about feudalism. He's talking about monarchies, and you had the nobility, you had the aristocracy, and all the way down to the peasant. That's what he's calling barbarism in this context. And why? Because there's too much civilization, too much means of substance, too much industry, too much commerce. What he's saying is capitalism it's just producing. It is just producing like mad. And it's generating a lot of wealth, but it's coming at a price. It's almost as if it's producing just to produce. And that is immiserating the workers, the people that are being forced, because he uses it as exploitation, being forced to basically maintain this machine of capitalism for the sake of just keeping capitalism going. And the more capitalism goes on, the bigger the divide between the rich and the poor. That's his argument. Next slide. So I touched on the French Revolution and the state of barbarism that he's talking about. So he believed that it was the bourgeoisie, the business owners, the townsfolk, who were under the aristocracy, under the king, under the monarchy, feudalism. Those private business owners, they were the ones that overthrew feudalism. So he viewed the bourgeoisie and capitalism as a necessary state to overthrow feudalism. Feudalism had to go. By the end of the 18th century, it became quite apparent that the people were done with the traditional monarchies. And so the feudal relations of property became no longer compatible with the already developed productive forces, the bourgeoisie. So the land that the king owned was becoming in conflict with the land that these private businesses, these bourgeois, were also occupying. So there had this inevitably is going to lead to conflict. That's what he's saying here. It's like almost deterministic, because he says they had to be burst asunder. And they were burst asunder. And again, using the French Revolution as the example of that would have been very fresh in his mind, because when he was writing the Communist Manifesto, the French Revolution was only 50 years ago. So really not that far. All right. So this is the second half of the, or not the second half, sorry, it's in three groups. So this is the second chapter, which he entitled The Proletarians and the Communists. And so what this second chapter is dedicated to is basically saying, see, I told you all the issues that you're having with capitalism. Under the bourgeoisie, you're being worked to death, you're not getting fair wage, and what's worse is you're actually being stolen from, because Marx viewed the worker getting paid is not the same as what the factory owner is going to make in addition to. So Marx didn't like the fact that when a business owner paid his employees, it was not to the proportion of which the owner himself made a profit on either the service or the product. He saw that as theft. Even though that's necessary for a business to keep going because you have to pay people's health insurance and all that stuff. So you need to make more money than you are paying your workers. Otherwise, you're not going to have a company. But again, Marx saw that as theft, and that's just what he believed. But this is his solution. This is him saying, "We, the communists, we hear you. We got you. Workers, come to us." So this is what he's saying here. In relation, do the communists? Oh, sorry. In what relation do the communists stand to the proletarians as a whole? So he's like, what can we give them? The communists do not form a separate party opposed to the other working class parties. They have no interests, the communists, they have no interests separate and apart from those of the proletariat as a whole. So he's saying everything you guys want to do, hey, we got your back. They do not set up any sectarian principles of their own by which to shape and mold the proletarian movement. So he's saying, hey, if you choose us, we're not going to mess with you. We're not going to make you change. We're not going to tell you need to start, we're not going to influence you in any way. What you guys are already doing, keep doing that. So he's making communism very palatable to the workers because they don't have to change anything. So that's what he's doing here. The communists are distinguished from the other working class parties by this only. So he's setting himself apart. How is communism going to help them when the other working class parties are failing? So number one, he says, the national struggles of the proletarians of the different countries. So communism doesn't just care about the people in this country. We care about all the workers in all the countries. So that's what's making us different. They point out and bring to the front the common interests, the entire proletariat, independently of all nationality. So, number one can be summarized, we're international. We don't just have immediate interests, we also have the interests of other people. So that's how they're setting themselves apart from other working class parties. And number two, in the various stages of development which the struggle of the working class against the bourgeoisie has to pass through, they always and everywhere represent the interests of the movement as a whole. So he's saying we'll never stray. We're not going to stray from the movement, guys. Your mission is also our mission. So again, kind of reiterating that we're not going to change you if you choose to vote for us. We're not going to say that you need to be doing anything differently other than what you're already doing. He's making it as palatable as possible, right? Spoonful of sugar and all that. And so he goes on, and this is more of him selling communism. And these are just various quotes from the second chapter here. In this sense, the theory of the communists may be summed up in a single sentence: abolition of private property. That is the heart of what it is that the socialists are trying to do, again, because they believe property itself to be capital. Capital is therefore not a personal, it is a social power. When therefore capital is converted into common property, into the property of all members of society, so redistribution, this is the proletariat taking over, personal property is not thereby transformed into social property. So he's saying, if your toothbrush, your blanket, that's your property. So he's making a distinction between, you're going to hear communists, maybe they'll nitpick and be like, well, that's personal property, that's not private property, and they play this semantic word game to throw you off, and this is where they're getting that from. Like your house, right? That's private property, but your toothbrush, that's personal property. And it's really arbitrary where they draw the lines of distinction between the two. It's really just kind of Schrodinger's communist. It really depends on what communist you're talking to, and you'll get a different answer as to what is personal and private property. But the example that they'll use is, the property that your house is on, land, and your toothbrush. All right, last paragraph here. Communism deprives no man of the power to appropriate the products of society. So he's saying, everything you need, you're going to get. And he's saying the only downside to communism, all that it does is deprive him of the power to subjugate the labor of others, capitalism, bourgeoisie, by the means of such appropriation. So he's saying, the only thing that communism does is just rob you of the ability to exploit people. But what's your problem, guys? That's all we're going to do. So again, he's making communism very digestible, and he truly believes this stuff. Over 170 years later, we now know the consequences of this type of thinking. But that's not all that the communists want to do. Okay, so we got sort of the introduction, and we got our foundation built on Marxism, and so now we're going to jump into socialism. So what is socialism exactly? And I touched on this at the very beginning, under those definitions, and maybe I went a little bit too far, but socialism, let's start with what it is not, because that's important. It is not a system of regimented individuals, subordinate or coercive to state apparatus. So the state, what it is the system's going to be overturned completely. Like the way that we understand state relations between the state and the individual is going to be completely different. Which we know that after, like I said, after the Soviet Union, we know that to be true. Socialist countries are just nothing but bureaucracy. But definitionally, what communism is not, this is what we're focusing on. So it's also not just simple welfare, and also like Marxism, it's not just taxation, it's not social spending or social safety nets, because all those things within a liberal democracy are being funded by tax revenue generated by capitalism. So that's why those things are not socialist. They're not a seizure of the means of something, right? They're just added programs for people that are genuinely destitute. Socialism also is not the final stage, theoretically. It is, to the socialist, it is only a transitory phase. It does not represent full communism. So that's how they can play kind of these two games, because they'll say, well, in order for us to get to a stateless, classless society, we first have to consolidate everything to the state. We have to have an absolute state first, and then it will become communism at some point. And neither Engels or Marx really offer any definitive idea or image of what that even would look like. And we'll get into that later. So, what socialism is, it is the abolition of private property, like we just heard Marx say. And I've already kind of beaten that to a hard beaten dead horse at this sort of point where they believe capital is property. So that's how they believe. It is the seizure of the means of production, and I talked about this in giving the Venezuela and the oil example. That is the seizure of the means of production. That is genuine socialism. So Venezuela is socialist, and so is any country where the state owns the means of production of something, and it can be anything. It doesn't have to be oil. It can be steel. It can be electricity. It can be whatever it is. If the state owns it and runs it, that's socialism. Centralized planned economy. So ideally for the socialist, every commodity would have their means seized by the state, ideally, and have everything from food production to making cars to whatever it is, any mode of production. The socialist wants that to be centrally focused, because they view it right now. They view capitalism and the markets as being too volatile. It's too unstable, and they're right about that. Right? We saw capitalism is prone to both recessions and depressions, because the market is volatile. You don't know what it's going to do, and so they do have a point. But their solution is a complete aggregation of all those things under one single entity. And we know how that goes. It always leads to an oligarchy. So that is what socialism is and is not. So you're going to hear part of the transitionary state between capitalism and communism is what's called the dictatorship of the proletariat. And what that is the dictatorship of the proletariat is now that the proletariat has become its own ruling class. And I'm just going to go ahead and read what I've written. So again, they believe that history progresses through material progress. So Marx posits that socialism is a necessary phase to advance material progress, as capitalism's inherent contradictions, the fact that it does produce a hierarchy, it does produce winners and losers. So Marx saw that as a contradiction. He didn't think that any modes of production should produce disparate outcomes, which is equity, right? Which is, we hear people talking about equity all the time. That is a Marxist conception. So inherent contradictions eventually fetter or restrict or shackles the productive forces, late stage capitalism. So basically, capitalism's getting to this point where we're reaching the next point at which just as the bourgeoisie overthrew the feudalism, it burst asunder, and he said it needed to burst asunder. Well, Marx is saying, well, that's happening again, but it's happening to the bourgeoisie this time. And he even says that capitalism is being injured by its own tools, the people that they employ, right? They're the ones who are going to overthrow them. So by making this working class, Marx argues, well, you're also constructing your own suicide by doing that. That's what Marx believed. So his solution to that, to prevent capitalism from just getting out of control, and now we just have a dystopia where everyone is either they have everything or the other people have absolutely nothing. His solution was to take over, seize the reins. To solve the crisis, the working class must seize the state power by revolutionary force. And he's not saying, he was very much for violent revolution. Okay, both Marx and Engels are explicit in that the revolution needs to be done through violent means. So establishing a transitional dictatorship of the proletariat, again, where the proletariat becomes ruling class. And I'll just read the quotes here. The first step in the revolution, so the very first thing we got to do if we're going to take control of this machine that's out of control, this capitalist, this just keeps producing, and it's a machine that is getting worse the more time is allowed it. So the working class is to rise, the proletariat, the worker, in a position of the ruling class to win the battle of democracy. Again, socialists use the word democracy differently. They don't mean what you and I mean when we vote for a representative, and that representative then goes and casts a vote on our behalf. That's not what they mean. When they say democracy, they mean direct control by the people themselves. It's a one person, one vote. Each person it represents themselves. That's what they mean by democracy. So the communists disdain to conceal their views and aims. So he's saying we're done, pretending that we don't think this. This is what we believe. So he's saying the communists hate concealing their views and aims. They openly declare that their ends can be attained only by the forcible overthrow of all existing social conditions. This is, we need to wipe the floor clean. We got to start all over again, and we have to start at zero. And we know this to be true because in Cambodia, the Khmer Rouge, when they took over, what did they do? They established year zero. This is what communists do. They did this in China also. China is thousands of years old. They had, the terracotta soldiers. They had dynasties that, covered most of China for thousands of years. The communists destroyed it all. So the China, the country today, is a brand new country. It has nothing to do with the dynasties, back before Mao took over. China, as it is today, is a brand new country. It's only 90 years old because when Mao took over, he erased everything. So that's where the communists get this from, is this total, we need to destroy everything and start over. This is just more quotations on this process of the dictator of the proletariat and how it's supposed to work. And I'll just read it. Of course, in the beginning, this cannot be effected except by means of despotic inroads um, and the roads of property. Again, going back to, we can't do this unless we seize property, and the conditions of the bourgeois production. So we need to take their production from them. The proletariat will use its political supremacy to wrest by degrees all capital, property, from the bourgeoisie to centralize all instruments of production, everything. This is farming. This is manufacturing. This is anything material, anything produced by people. That is instruments of production in the hands of the state, us, the dictatorship of the proletariat. We're taking all that stuff, i.e., the proletariat organized as the ruling class. The proletariat established itself as the ruling class by overthrowing everything, and they take everything from the bourgeoisie. That's his solution. The immediate aim of the communist is the same as all the other proletarian parties. So he's saying, though, our missions are aligned, guys. Formation of the proletariat into its own class, because right now it's kind of, he's arguing that, Marx argues that capitalism did not get rid of feudalism, it just kind of changed it. So now there's no longer a serf or a slave and an aristocracy per se, but that model is being played out in the economy. So he's saying that the spirit of feudalism didn't really go away, it just transferred into the bourgeois, and the bourgeois, they changed what feudalism was by exploiting the worker. So there's still that master slave distinction. That's what's being said here. Overthrow of the bourgeoisie, supremacy, conquest of political power by the proletariat. So we understand now what it is, his solution is, and how it's supposed to be done. So now let's get to communism. What it is the theoretical utopian society where everything is not done based on monetary gain, but it's done based on people's needs. So what communism is not state-centric, because it argues, Engels specifically argues, that the absolute state formed under the dictator of the proletariat, that once they have aggregated everything, that it will just wither away. And that's a direct quote from Engels, that the state, at some point, it will see no need for itself anymore. An absolute state with absolute power will somehow just internally critique itself suddenly and go, you know what, guys? I don't think they need us anymore. And then it'll just wither away. That's what these communists believe, these classical Marxists. That's what they believe. Not necessarily the neo-Marxists believe that, because they operate off of a different philosophy, but this is what Engels and Marx taught, that at some point, after ceding everything to the state, that the state will just go away at some point. And there's no empirical evidence to ever suggest that would ever be a possibility in any reality. But you have to believe this stuff if you want to be a Marxist. So it is not wage labor, because under capitalism there is no money. It's not a system where individuals are paid for labor hours, which Marx called, I think, was it relative capital? There is no money or commodity to exchange, because everyone is just doing things based on need, not profit. So it's not state capitalism. Again, it is, communism is to be international. So it's supposed to be worldwide. Again, going back to, the Communist Party is different in that we're interested in, and we worry about all workers everywhere, not just our country. So let's go ahead and get into what communism is. It is a state and classless society where people are self-governing, they have free association, and when something needs to be built or made, they just collectively get together and then just make it. Let's just say we need a school. Communists will say, well, people will just, because it's for the common interest based on needs, that the community will just get together magically and just build schools. Like they'll just know what it is that they need, and they'll just build it. That's Marxist theory. So again, we jumped a little bit ahead, but distribution by need. Allocation of resources is based on from each according to his ability to each according to his need. And I meant to describe that saying at the beginning because it's at the first slide. What that means is people are going to do things according to what they're able to do, according to what they need. Now, of course, this saying is being viewed from the lens of the belief that communism, that the economy is what forms human nature. That once the material conditions are ideal, once they've been properly allocated and redistributed, that will fundamentally change human nature. And instead of doing things based on profit, we'll just naturally become the socialist man, and we'll just do things based according to need. So it is this theoretical kind of fantasy where he believes that human nature, due to the changing of economic modes of production, that human nature will change itself and become based what it is he's saying, from each according to their ability, each according to their need. Never mind the fact that one's ability is very finite. Even if you go into the medical industry, you have a doctor. They don't just specialize in the human body, but they don't treat it. Everyone is specialized. Like, you have a doctor, an endocrine doctor, for example. They only focus on the endocrine glands, and that's really all they really know the full details of. They may know more than the average person of, like, let's just say the human body in general, but they really specialize. Their main ability is in the endocrine system. But your needs are constant. Everyone needs water all the time. Everyone needs food all the time. Everyone needs housing all the time. And so when this saying meets, when the tires meet the road of reality, this model doesn't work at all. Because, like I said, human beings have an infinite demand for needs, but the pool of ability is very small. It really is. I mean, for me, it took 30 years before I was useful for anybody. You don't just, you're not just born ready to do things. It takes a long time. And in that time, you need a lot of things. Yeah, that's how I'll describe that. Common ownership, everything is collectively owned. No one owns a farm. We all collectively own it. We just do on the farm what it is based on whatever need needs to be currently met. That's communism. And I'll read the quote here. In a higher phase of communist society can inscribe on its banners, from each according to its ability to each according to his needs. So that's like his anthem. That's the thing that he's really, like, I am sure he thought he was really clever when he came up with this. He was just really proud of it. And so he's saying, well, yeah, once communism's been built, they're going to wave my flag. That's kind of arrogant, if you ask me. So this is more on what Marx had to say on this theoretical utopian society. When in the course of development, class distinctions have disappeared, we're classless, and all production has been concentrated in the hands of the vast association of the whole nation. So the proletariat, everyone is just, we all own the collective means of production, because land has been distributed, so therefore we all have the ability to do capital, but the capital is now needs, not profit. The public power will lose its political character. Next quote, in proportion as the exploitation of one individual by another will also be put to an end. Again, he saw employment. Someone hires you for a job and they're not paying you as much as they are making from the profit they're getting from the person hiring to do the job. That is exploitation, according to a communist. So the exploitation of one nation by another. So he's saying, this isn't just localized to a single country. This is international. Communism is going to come to everything. One nation by another will also be put to an end in proportion as the antagonism between classes within the nation vanishes. And this is every nation. The hostility of one nation to one another will also come to an end. So he's saying this is world peace. This is utopia. This is quite literally nowhere, because that's what utopia translates to. So it's quite literally nowhere. So all of this, again, title that the Communist Manifesto had was the Communist Confession of Faith. all of this stuff, it reads like, a prophet from the Bible. That he's giving an end time, end of history, what things will be like once we have done enough struggle. We have furthered the dialectic to the point to where all conflicts, all contradictions have been resolved, and now all that there is just doing things communally for one another. We've risen above the bourgeois distinction between modes of production being tied to property, and now it has been given to everybody. And so, well, once we all have equal power, he's arguing, well, then we won't have a reason to war with one another because we're all equal. So this is a form of egalitarianism, or it is like egalitarianism. Okay, so I've been talking for quite a bit, and there is a chance that I missed something. Maybe I went over something too quickly. I didn't explain something well enough, or maybe I just flat out forgot to explain something. But I do want to review. So, what Marxism is, it is historical materialism viewed exclusively through class struggle. That is the class struggle that is Marx's version of the dialectic, that thing that is driving history forward. Class struggle and revolutions drive history forward, which is why he was so inspired by the French Revolution. Production, democratization of the workforce. Again, democratization is one-to-one, it's direct ownership, and the abolition of private property, the complete seizure of the thing that makes capital itself, and centralized economic planning. Communism, the theoretical stateless classless society, once the state, socialism, realizes its redundancy. And I'm not kidding here. I'm not kidding when I say that Engels argued that the state that has absolute power will just end itself. It'll wither away and just relinquish its power onto the people. This is fantasy, you guys. This is what a classical Marxist believes. And this is all faith-based. So when I say that Marxism, communism is a faith, it is. It's a religious faith. I call it a materialist. It's a materialist religion. That's what I call it, because it does have axiomatic beliefs that you have to believe in, just like in the beginning God made the heavens and the earth. So who was Hegel? Hegel was deeply, deeply influential. You cannot describe Marx really and what he believed without knowing a little bit about Hegel and what his absolute idealism is, his view of history, his teleological view. He was trying to determine what the purpose of history itself was. And this was all done what he called the dialectic. So with that, I am going to end it and open it up for Q&A.
Absolutely excellent presentation. Thank you, Sterling. Out in the audience that would like a mic,
Hold on.
come on up. We've got.
I'm going to close my mic.
I don't know if that hold on was for me. Go ahead, Itza.
You there, Itza?
For those of you on YouTube, we are waiting for questions and answer from the X space.
It looks like Itza dropped down, so he might come back up.
Hopefully it does. Can you still hear me in the X space?
Yes.
Okay. I guess I'll just leave my mic open.
Hey, Marilyn, you have your hand up?
All right.
Yes, thank you. Can you hear me? Hello? Can you hear me? We can hear
Yes,
you.
ma'am.
Okay, sorry. So, excellent summary and explanation of the distinct differences. Do you think that this is why public sector unions should not be emboldened, I guess, with the power that they have? I guess I'll give an example being the teachers' union's ability to maintain closed schools for as long as they did during COVID. Thank you.
All right, so I want to do this
Sterling,
over the Zoom space so that people on YouTube could also hear. So I was asked a question about unions
So
and
Sterling,
whether or not they should be
I'm
encouraged.
not sure how this is going to work.
hold on.
With Scuba
So
down, we're not going to be able to hear the answers.
I don't
from Sterling
profess
unless
to know
he's
anything about unions.
directly
I'm
here
really
on
kind of ignorant
X.
when it comes to that, but I do know that they
So,
do have.
Hold
I'm
on,
gonna
Sterling.
get these
Pause for a
two
second.
to,
I'm gonna have him.
sync up and figure this out.
I'm being told to pause. 1 second, people.
And I got to give Scuba a mic for that to happen.
Oh, do I not have a mic? Oh. Sorry, Sterling. Answer the questions in the space, and then it'll come through on YouTube as well.
Okay, I'll answer it here. So I'm really ignorant when it comes to unions. I don't really know, how much of it. I'd have to take a look at it and be able to point to, be like, yeah, that's Marxist, yeah, that's socialist. But it does claim to be for the worker. How much that's actually true, I don't know, because I do know that when you're part of a union, whatever the majority decides to do, like go on strike, you also are obligated to do it yourself if you're in the union. So I mean, but again, anytime you split the world into a binary, proletariat, bourgeoisie, and you can do this with any sort of Marxian theory. Is feminism, you have man, woman, that's proletariat, that's bourgeoisie. With critical race theory, you have white, black, proletariat, bourgeoisie. Queer theory, right? Queer and normal, basically, proletariat, bourgeoisie. So anytime there is a distinction like that where immutable characteristics are assigned, right? So the proletariat, they're always immiserated, they're always being oppressed, and the bourgeoisie are the fat cats, and and every single person who's in the bourgeoisie is collectively guilty of this crime of owning the means of production. So anytime you have a distinction like that, that's Marxian. So to the degree that a union does that, I would say that is Marxist. But again, I'm not entirely certain, and I don't really want to speak about something I really don't know much about.
Thank you for that, Sterling. Do anybody else have questions for Sterling? There was a lot of information out there. I'm going to ask a question here of him, and but I would like everybody else to come on up and raise your hands and ask away. Maybe I missed it because I was distracted, but Karl Marx was absolutely anti-God. He actually wrote some things about how anti-God he was. And that seems to be the forefront of what Marxism is, and it is anti-God. Do you want to speak on that any more?
Yeah, so one of Marx's, arguably probably his most favorite fictional character was Mephistopheles from the book Faust. And he really liked the line, "All that exists deserves to perish." And Marx actually wrote poems in his 20s. And I'm trying to remember, it's called Invocation of One in Despair. It's a very short poem. It's only a few paragraphs, and I'll read it too, so you can get an understanding. Actually, let me see if I can share that real quick on my screen. Share. All right. So this is Marx's poem that he wrote, and again, he loves Mephistopheles from Faust. He really likes the idea that he saw Satan as an empathetic character, right? So This is his poem. It's entitled "Invocation of One Despair." So a god has snatched from me my all. In the curse and rack of destiny, all his worlds are gone beyond recall. Nothing but revenge is left to me. On myself revenge I'll proudly wreak. On that being, God, that enthroned Lord, make my strength a patchwork of what's weak. Leave my better self without reward. I shall build my throne high overhead. Bold, tremendous shall its summits be. For its bulwark, superstitious dread. For its martial, blackest agony. Who looks on it with a healthy eye shall turn back, struck deathly pale and dumb, clenched by blind and chill morality. But his happiness prepare its tomb. And the Almighty, God, the Almighty's lightning shall rebound from his thing that he's built, from that massive iron giant. If he brings my walls and towers down, eternity shall rise them up, defiant. So when you say, or you ask if Marx is anti-God, yeah, a little bit.
So all of his works are based on an atheist, anti-God view and aim. And that's why we see in all these other countries where God is pushed to the side and idols are crashed, history is destroyed. And it goes the same thing with Islam, except for Islam is just a little bit different. I don't want to get off track. You got a question?
Thanks so much. I just wanted to thank Sterling for that. That was brilliant, really well organized, extremely thorough, and well researched. And you are an amazing asset to this movement. I know we talked about that a few weeks ago, so I appreciate that. There's really two key takeaways for me, sir. Number one, I don't think Marx was anti-God. He replaced God. So he was born Jewish, secular. He was baptized Christian and then later became an atheist. There has to be something to fill the void, or you fall into just unworkable subjectivity that doesn't work at scale with any society. And so the God now is a moving target. It's equality of outcome. It's this, it's that. It's just all nonsensical in some sense. And number two, I find it, and I'm curious for your thoughts, Sterling, I find it so reductive to what the essence of human beings are, that we're taking an a priori lens of materialism instead of looking at the world inductively and figuring out patterns. So the biggest thing that's problematic for me and always has for my entire life is Marxist and kind of the downstream philosophies that it yields and the way of thinking, right? Is there always a moving target? It doesn't teach you anything other than what people feel. And that's just not a good philosophy or historical lens. So we're just curious about your thoughts on that and how you might relate it to what we can practically do today.
Yes, you're very perceptive in that, yeah, he claims to be an atheist, but we all make gods out of something. So what many philosophers have argued is that Marx's God is man perfected. Once all of these material conflicts, these contradictions have been solved, once material is now evenly and properly allocated based on need, not profit, that is Marx's God. He quite literally believed that individualism was an illusion. He believed that the true nature of man is socialist. And so he called this person the socialist man. And what did the Soviet Union do? They tried to make what's called the Soviet man. It's the same principle. So, yes, he isn't totally atheist in that he does believe in something ultimate. A God is just whatever your highest value is. That's all it is. It doesn't have to be a deity. It doesn't have to be anything traditional, like the God of the Bible or whatever it is, whatever God. It doesn't have to be that. It can be whatever your highest value is, your highest aim. And so for the second half of your question, it is reductive. It turns people into, what I like to say is that the materialist doesn't just view things as material. they also view people as material. And when you view people as material, the human condition then becomes a mathematical problem. Again, the acquisition, the redistribution of material. That's how they purely believe, is in these material concepts. And yeah, you ignore, the essence of what a human being is, which is why I'm such a big fan of Dostoevsky, who said, yeah, these things can be proven mathematically. And you're right in saying that the conclusions that Marx and Engels are coming to are a priori. They're pre-experience. They didn't go out and measure these things empirically and take samples, and they didn't do any of that stuff. None of that stuff was post-experience, a posteriori. Everything was just, they came to this conclusion within their mind. So that's, again, even though he claims to be a materialist, Marx was actually, to a very large degree, an idealist, because he has an ideal of what society is supposed to look like, and he's trying to drive, literally, take the reins of history, and he's trying to drive it to communism. So what I say is Marx quite literally was trying to direct history itself, and he was trying to do that through material means. And like you said, it's all a priori. It's all in his head.
Go ahead, Moose.
Yeah, thanks, Mad Dog. I hope you can hear me. I want to say Washington, D.C. is beautiful. I enjoyed that today with my bride. She is sleeping. I was able to jump in here. I was a little late, but Sterling, as always, great job. Acquisition of a person or business. I take that to heart. That's kind of how it feels in a lot of cases, since what I do, a lot of you, I really don't like to put it out there, but I can build anaerobic ponds. I build baffles for wastewater treatment plants. I build the plants. Your drinking water, even underground, I build the baffles. I make it all sanitary for you to drink. So you can, to me, listening to what was just said, socialism and Marxism, I can mix that together a little bit, because are the workers or the private owner running the economy? Who's controlling and who's making the decisions about the means of the production? Who's handling the EPA, the local law, the federal law? Who's handling even down to the county law, the rules? And down to the people that work for you. You want to pay them the top dollar, but I think all that comes into play. I'm not sure how to take all that. I listened to what I could hear to the best of my knowledge, but Marxism is not going to work. Socialism is not going to work. This is America. You build it, and you help others with their families to build their lives, and you don't want to shortcut that. But what makes you shortcut that is when there's more government or socialism or Marxism steps in, and you can't pay a particular person as much, and then they have to work more hours because you have to let other people off to cover that, and so forth, so on. So I don't know. I hope that made sense, but it's kind of where I come from. I really appreciate the conversation. Pretty awesome.
Yeah, so one thing I didn't touch on in this presentation, because it would have been too much, I think, is so Marx believed in something which he called the labor theory of value. So he believed that it is the laborers who should determine the value of a product, and not the person who owns the means of capital, or the market. The market shouldn't determine what the thing should be worth. It should be proportionate to the amount of time and labor put into producing the thing. And that just doesn't work, because that's not how value is determined. I don't care if you spent 10 hours on something that no one is interested in buying. No one's going to buy it. It's valueless. It doesn't matter how many hours you put into it. But Marx, because like you're saying, under socialism, there is no market force. So you actually can't decide or know what it is something is worth. So to plug that hole, Marx uses labor theory of value, and it doesn't work.
I see a new hand. Hello, Roman.
Sterling job. Know thy enemy. A lot of us have fear, or we might understand history, but your description and your identification and the history of where these came from, and thank you. A wealth of knowledge. Knowledge is power, and if we want to bury our heads, we can choose to do that, but there's plenty of people doing that already. So thank you, Sterling. That's all I really just wanted to say. And Mad Dog, you're doing great. Yeah, Scuba, Dear Patriot, you guys are doing awesome for the first time streaming and X Space and YouTube, and you guys are doing great.
Thank you so much. I don't want to ignore the people on YouTube. Are there any people asking questions in the YouTube chat that aren't being asked here? I don't want to get them. I don't want to make them. I don't want to ignore them. That's what I'm trying to say.
While we're waiting on that, I suggest that everybody in this space go to your Grok and ask it this simple question. Okay? Just type in Democrat Socialist of America platform. Really simple. That's all you type into Grok. And then read that. And it will open up your eyes. And we are at war right now with communism. And you'll see all these DSA people openly admitting what they are. They're DSA members, or they're trying to be, or they're supported by the DSA. This is open communism coming into our country. They want to abolish the police force. I'll let you read it. You read it. I'm not going to give it to you. You take that effort and read it, and I swear you'll almost throw your phone at the end of this, knowing this is coming our way. I mean, not coming our way, it's here. And that's why this space is so important in educating everybody about what this is and how destructive this is to a capitalist society and what America stands for and what our values are. We have a new hand up. Welcome, Andy. Or Adam, sorry.
Thank you very much, Mad Dog. Appreciate the space, great space, and a great presentation. I had a question. I did my research on Marx years ago, so there was a situation where I read about, he had a pen pal that was in jail, and I'm trying to remember the pen pal's name, and I have trouble finding the name. And the pen pal was imprisoned, and basically, the outcome, one of the coined phrases from it was the long walk on the West, because it'd have to be institutional through the schools, the universities, and through the government slowly. It'd be a slow, long walk. Would you happen to remember? I don't know if it was an Italian person in Italy that was in prison that was his pen pal, or it was somebody in Austria or Germany. I mostly believe it was somebody in Italy, but it was a long time ago that I did my research in Marx, and I can't ever find the name. I've asked quite a few people, so you seem very well versed. Would you happen to know who that is, Sterling?
I'm going to be completely honest. I have no idea. I'm not sure. I didn't even know he had a pen pal.
Yeah, it was somebody who he'd write letters with, and while they were in prison, and basically, they came up with the idea of how they're going to approach the West, America essentially, and push the Marxist communism toward it, and it would be through institutions, and that's, I believe, where they came up with the long walk on the West, and that's what would be through the institutions, and so on and so forth.
Yeah, I wish I knew more about that because it sounds interesting, but I have not ran across that in any of my research.
I need
I've
help
been
with
trying to
that.
pin it down, man. It's been a while. I was hoping. Thank you, anyways. I appreciate you and everything that you presented today.
I think
Sorry,
it's really,
I didn't mean to talk over you. I just, I was out looking at other screens and answering some questions in the background. Came in, and I'm going to need some help with hands because I don't know. I have all the ghost hands here.
I think I see it's up again, and then RC.
Thanks so much. From each according to his ability to each according to his need, to me is one of the most static and unhuman statements in the world. It just presupposes that people aren't dynamic, that, again, you said it, Sterling, like Marx was no empiricist. And we can observe nature, we can look at history and say, okay, there's massive heterogeneity in people's abilities, but they're not static over time. So how do you have a prescription through Marxism that is really helpful for more than one period of time or one point in time? I think that's its fatal flaw. Even though it purports to say this will be the evolution, it took Lenin, Mao, others to actually really try it at scale, and we have scores of millions dead. It is because it's not ever been observed in nature. That's not conclusive, but it should give us a clue about the realm of the possible. And what they are achieving, what all my professors lectured me on, is just a way to virtue signal. Again, it's all about feelings, and it does not provide a viable prescription for the society over the long term at scale. And that just kills it for me.
Well, yeah, and it's predicated on this idea of equity and fairness, and it's a type of economic egalitarianism that presupposes that people will just eventually end up there and be this thing. Should the economic and material conditions be sufficient, it will produce a person that will then transcend his want to make a profit and all this stuff. And like I said, he quite literally did not believe in the individual. He thought that was an illusion. And your critique of Marx, it being static, is absolutely correct, because by the 1930s, you had neo-Marxists who established the Frankfurt School. They were critiquing Marx. They agreed, again, just like how Marx agreed with Hegel, but Marx, he inverted Hegel. The neo-Marxists who said, well, the workers aren't rising up. The bourgeoisie, the capitalists, they're taking care of their workers. They're getting pensions. They have 401ks. They have enough money to take their kids on vacation. They can pay for their kids' braces. So the workers not being immiserated. Marx, what's going on? Dang it! And so the neo-Marxists determined, oh, it's actually not material. It's culture, because it's a culture which produces material. And so that's why we're seeing a war on culture right now. That is critical theory. That's neo-Marxism. All they did was swap economics for culture. That's all they did. So you're right that Marx's view of how things are is incredibly static. It's 1848 a priori German idealism, and it does not work. Which is why you have people that are now call themselves neo-Marxist, because he was wrong about that, clearly.
This is so educational. I'm learning so much here. Thank you. Scuba, are you still live streaming, and are you getting any questions from your YouTube audience?
Yes, actually. Peggy asked if Sterling would like to ever do private speaking engagements. And I have a couple more, but I'm having a little bit of technical difficulty in the background. I'm just trying to keep things running. So bear with me, but keep on going.
I mean, to answer the question, sure. What I really like, the loose kind of informal title of what I'm calling like my series of decks that I want to put together is very informally called "You Don't Have to Know Everything to Fight Them." You don't have to know every single thing that Marx has ever written. You don't have to know every single thing that Lenin wrote. You don't need to read What Is to Be Done by Chernyshevsky. So, I mean, I can give a panel. That being said, I don't know everything, and I don't consider myself an authority. I'll answer like the best I can, but I haven't read everything, you know. But I mean, sure, if people think that what I know is useful to that degree, yeah, absolutely, I'll do whatever I can to help.
I'm going to ask my co-host to call on hands.
Hey, go ahead, RC, and then after RC, we got good.
Yeah, thanks, Patriot. When we think about education, I know the teachers union was talked about in here, and universities. It is our job as parents to guide our children and teach them, grow them up in the ways, and they won't depart from it. I want to give a shout out to Tuttle Twins. My kids found that, and they've watched every episode over and over and over again. Of course, we don't subscribe to a lot of Disney and other things, but it's our job within the house to raise the next generation. That's a large part of this. Universities. When we see universities, a lot of these universities were started by Catholic churches and Christian organizations. They were good, and they have invaded these spaces. When great institutions no longer serve the society they're in, when will they fall? We keep feeding them with money, of course, but maybe for you, Sterling, just as a question or something to think about, how do we beat, how do we fight back outside of what I said, right? My children and what I teach them, and what I guard them against at my door. How do we fight back with the culture in society that is teaching this Marxism, communism, and telling everybody that socialism is a good thing?
So it starts with education. And what you're asking has less to do with classical Marxism and more to do with critical theory, because that was the big transition. That was when critical theory it does what is called systemic thinking. So what a critical theorist does, and James Lindsay, I'm going to steal this from him. He used a very good example. He created his own critical theory. They're really easy to make. So let's take cars, for example. Let's just say you see a car accident. You see a car, it's going 90 miles an hour, and it hits somebody and it kills them, and they just drive off. And then you suddenly, I hate cars because they kill people. Well, what are the things that support the car? So it's not really so much about the car, it's the systems that allow the car to do what it just did, kill people. It's the people who made the road. It's their fault that person died. It's the person who built the automobile. It's their fault. So it's this systemic thinking. And we see that in the culture at large today. The reason why everything's so terrible is because of white people. And we want to destroy whiteness, the structure, that systemic thinking. So, and it is so ingratiated into our culture because, I mean, I can quote Max Horkheimer. He founded the Institute for Social Research, and what he had to say regarding, how it is they were eventually going to win, basically. Let me see if I want to pull up the quote directly, just so I'm not misquoting him, and potentially have some neo-Marxists come in here and you didn't quote it correctly. So give me 1 second. Horkheimer. Oh, it starts off with, how am I drawing a blank right now? Oh, it will not be with guns. Basically saying how it is they're going to take over the culture without firing a single shot. Here it is. Just give me the quote. The revolution won't happen with guns. Rather, it will happen incrementally, year by year, generation by generation. We will gradually infiltrate their educational institutions and their political offices, transforming them slowly into Marxist entities as we move toward universal egalitarianism, socialism. And this is Max Horkheimer in 1982. He wrote that. And so these critical theorists, these neo-Marxists have been hard at work for decades, permeating the culture, saturating us with systemic thinking, white privilege, all that stuff. So that comes from critical race theory, which is just a different offspring of critical theory. Bunch of people did that. They all took Max Horkheimer's thing, just like people took Marx's thing and ran with it. People took Horkheimer's thing and they ran with it too. You have queer theory, you have critical race theory, you know, feminism, sometimes called critical gender theory. So that's how they're doing it. And how we combat it is we make ourselves aware of it. And we refuse systemic thinking. We refuse to say, no, I'm not an oppressor because I'm white. No, that does, and being able to back it up, saying, you know, things like, no, first of all, white people are a global minority, and under the Ottoman Empire, Europeans, white people were like, that's like a top slave, right? So, you know, these narratives rely a lot on ignorance and cultural manipulation, and that's what we need to combat. So education and refusing systemic thinking.
And I see Scuba raised his hand. Kerry, I'll get to you in just a second. Scuba, what's going on? You got a question?
Yeah, I have another question from YouTube and then a statement. I will read the question first and then the statement. Two different people. First question is from Watchman. He says, how do you explain why people are always trying to escape communist countries? And then the statement, Matt said, for crying out loud, look at New York City, and 9/11 happened in 2001, and we are voting in Islamic socialism.
Okay, not really sure how the second statement really fits into what I was presenting.
It didn't, I was just squeezing it in.
Okay, the first question was, why are people fleeing communism? Well, because it evidently doesn't work. It's a pie in the sky dream, and the method on which you get to that theoretical utopia is demonstrably murderous.
So I am going to reiterate that we are at war with a communist takeover of our country, and part of it was taking over our healthcare system. And that's what they do. They take over the institutions. Our food is subject and under attack right now. And our education system has been for quite a while. And our kids are becoming the army that they talked about in the presentation that Sterling just gave. It's happening, folks. He laid it out, and it's happening right in front of our eyes. And we've just been quietly sitting back, watching this takeover happen. And with that, I'm going to go to Kerry, because I know she's got a lot of questions.
Thanks, Mad Dog. I didn't really have a lot of questions. I mean, I do, but I didn't want to, come on here to ask a whole lot of them. While Sterling was talking and I was listening, I typed into Grok. I was like, so, how does like an LC open the door for socialism to be the catalyst, And of course, Grok, knowing my recent searches, immediately compared LC661 to IP25 and showed right there in the results that I had a valid concern as a legislative concept. So this is a way that they could institute this gradual form or hybrid form of socialism by trying to actually go in on the Constitution, constitutional concept that gave the state the powers. And I just wanted to say that I posted the Grok response in the purple pill. But that's what I was hearing. If I stand corrected, Sterling, that socialism kind of plays as like this transference. Like it's a beginning to the means of an end, and the Marxism and all this ideology and like the cultural attacks and virtue signaling. Everybody's been, I think, making sense out of it. It's so it's one of those philosophical things that I don't often think of. But this has been a great space, and I just was just saying that I did that Grok question thing, and even Grok thinks that there's possibility of socialism attempts through a legislative concept versus a petition.
And Grok is absolutely correct, because the system that we have built is actually, it's naive. And that's both a good and a bad thing. It's naive in that it does not discriminate against ideas that it welcomes into itself, which are antithetical to it, that actually want to tear it down from within inside. It doesn't discriminate. It just goes, okay, yeah, you're here in the culture, and I mean, necessarily to be liberal, it can't discriminate. That's one of the pillars of liberalism. And so what the neo-Marxists did was go, okay, well, it's not going to fight back against us. It can't. It's neutered. And so they started to infect culture, because it's the same Marxist game. They believe that, just as Marx believed that it was material that drove history forward, the neo-Marxists believe that it's culture. And so they're using the dialectic, but for culture, where they're taking theses, things that are established and things that we just are axiomatic, like capitalism, for example. Or I'm sorry, that's not a good example. Let's go back to economics. Race, that's a cultural issue. So race plays a vital part in that sort of dialectic, because we had the civil rights movement, we had conflict over that, and then from that we gained a new understanding, the Civil Rights Act, right? That synthesis of the two conflicting, America had to make a decision what we were going to do. What our Constitution says, all men are created equal, yet we have laws that divide them. So that is an example that these critical theorists will use to kind of justify their. See, we're just having like a series of civil rights movements, which is why you see like the LGBT, or especially the trans, trying to get onto the back of the civil rights movement, trying to present itself as the logical continuation of civil rights. So they're trying to ride that wagon, so to speak. But yeah, so the battle for culture. This is kind of a bit beyond Marxism. This is again critical theory, Max Horkheimer, but the same engine is being used, the same Marxist lens in which you divide everything into two clean halves: white, black, man, woman, whatever it is, whatever dimension or means of production. Means of production is not just limited to just making stuff. It's now what the culture produces, what the Geist, the mind, or the spirit of the times is. That's what they're trying to wrestle and gain reins over and steer it in the direction they want to, which is socialism.
Thank you, Sterling. Terry, did you have a response to that? And then after that, we got Peaceful Warrior and then Scuba.
I believe I did have. I'm still a little bit in awe of just how informative and well put this all has been. Sterling, I'm glad that I was able to make your space. There was, but I don't think I can recall exactly. I loved also some of the ways that he was talking about the dialectic, just how well said. But I forgot my question. I had one earlier, but sorry.
Well, thank you. We'll come back to you. Go ahead, Peaceful Warrior.
Yes, hi. Thank you. Excellent conversation you got going here. And thank you for the explanations, although I don't pretend that I absorbed all of it. I just have a question. Do you think or believe or of the opinion that there are different types of socialism or communism? And by way of that, like maybe China's versus North Korea, because North Korea is pretty much like a dictatorship and a succession of a family, the Kim family, going from Kim Il Sung to Kim Jong Il to Kim Jong Un, and so that there's been a succession, and that's probably not going to break ever until they either free themselves or whatever. So basically, are there different flavors or different types?
Yeah, there are, and it largely depends on what means of production that the state has seized. You're going to see different outcomes based depending on that. But you mentioned China. China, very few people are actually practicing classical Marxism. No country really has been truly communist for a while because it doesn't work. And so you have a country like China, which they're trying to have their cake and eat it, right? So they do have a free market in gigantic quotation marks. You have Huawei, for example, which is the cellular company. They're like Samsung of China. But then you also have social media. Like in America, we know it as TikTok, and it's very much Western focused. But in China, you have Douyin, and Douyin is it's basically just TikTok, but for internal China users, and it is heavily propagandized. I mean, it is just state-sponsored messaging. The state is hiring influencers to make these, viral videos for them, so that the cohesion within the Chinese culture is a communist one. But like I said, they also allow private markets to operate and even do business with other countries. So they're not strictly communist. They're kind of, like I said, they're having their cake and eating it too. But all those private entities, they all submit to the CCP. If the CCP says you're not going to make that thing, they're not going to make it.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you, Sterling. Go ahead, Scuba.
All right, Sterling, I have two questions from YouTube. I'm going to fire them both at you. One's pretty simple, I believe, and then the other one might take you a minute. Anyways, one would be, how could everyone spread the word out? How do we get this info out? And the other one is, sorry. Oh, man, where is it? Why does it work in families and small communities, but not large scale?
Okay, so the first one, how to spread, is so anti-fascist. The original German Socialist Party, they call themselves Anti-Fascist Action, and the idea behind action is just going out and doing stuff. Whether that is talking to people, but they're also paramilitary, so violence was not off the table for them. I'm not suggesting that, but getting out there, doing what I'm doing, really getting people to understand the difference between social democracy is not democratic socialism, because communists will use that to their advantage. They'll use the ignorance of people that don't know what socialism is to their advantage because they're evil. So knowledge and spreading that knowledge is number one. Telling people what communism is and what it is not and why it doesn't work. It's based on a dialectical materialist faith that doesn't work. It never has, and even the people that are Marx or neo-Marxists will even agree that didn't work, because it's evident that the workers never overthrew the bourgeoisie. So therefore, you're wrong, Marx. So explaining that to people, getting to really understand, because Marxism has kind of taken on like kind of a mythology where it's like spoken about, and it's sort of like Voldemort, where it's like, it's bad, but you don't know why. So I would, the dispelling of that sort of superstitious air that surrounds Marxism, and you do that through knowledge and education. The second question, can you remind me what that was?
Why does it work in families and small communities but not large scale?
Why does it? Are we talking about socialism, communism, or Marxism?
I would venture to guess socialism.
So I would argue that that's kind of the wrong conceptualization. I mean, I guess if you want to get like hyper mechanical and material about it, you can say, well, the husband does own the means of production of his family. He determines what money comes in and how it's spent. But I mean, that's not really that true because women control 80% of the spending. So I don't really view the family unit as a communist entity, or even a socialist one. It's a family. In fact, the communists, the socialists, even Marx argues that children born under bourgeoisie are just tools of capitalism, that they're being exploited. And there's a part of the Communist Manifesto that he's like, "Are you trying to guilt us into freeing your children for you?" That's honestly what he has to say. So, family unit itself is anti-socialist, is anti-communist. So, again, I think this I mean it's a good question in that a lot of people think this, but we have to understand is it's kind of a category error, because communists, they hate the nuclear family. So it doesn't work in the nuclear family because the communists hate the nuclear family. Does that make sense?
It did to me. Carrie, do you have your hand up again?
Okay, so he was this is now back in the conversation sometime when this question came up. He was talking about the communism and the Marxism and all that it takes, like generations after generations. And then he started talking about the civics movement, the part of the history of America. And it got me thinking that back in the assassination of John F. Kennedy, that we consider, right now today, like we see the socialist angles and the threats that the Democratic Party are posing right now to Americans. And John F. Kennedy, I don't think it a coincidence now, in just reflecting off this conversation, educational pieces, that this Marxism and socialism, everything has been kind of like coming to, just, it hasn't just started overnight. And I don't find it a coincidence that because John F. Kennedy came to the middle ground where he represented, American people and was part of that civics movement in history, that just being a Democrat was not being a socialist. It wasn't being a Marxist. Like, he wasn't following their agenda. And I think that's not a coincidence. Anyhow, yeah, that was kind of my questioning was, is there like that being what that would bring possible of underlying what happened to JFK? In other words, was what brought up to my mind, and how it hasn't, I know not everything has come to light. I guess it was finally, all those classified documents were finally released. I didn't read them, but that's to me no coincidence in everything that Sterling has been talking about.
I don't really have much to say on JFK just because I'm largely ignorant. I'm not. I don't really have any sort of conspiracy beliefs upon, was he actually killed by who he was killed by, or was it the CIA? We don't know. What I can tell you is, because you mentioned that back then, and they weren't. The Democrats, I mean, even just back in the 90s, heck, I mean, even just 10 years ago, like 2015, 2014, the DSA, I can't remember when they actually formed, but they haven't been around that long. And it's only in the last 10 years where we have seen Black Lives Matter, which is, again, just critical race theory. And we have seen queer theory with the transgender movement. That's really stuff that's happened really within the last 10 years in earnest. And so the infection of socialism within the Democratic Party is brand new. I mean, historically speaking, it's 5 minutes old. But the inability for the Democratic Party to properly distinguish themselves from other parts of their party, I think, is one of the big reasons why they are so susceptible to this takeover. They're being non-discriminate, and they're allowing basically whoever has these views that they semi-align with, the Democrats, and that they want more social programs and social safety nets. But the people that they're allowing to their party that's not where they stop. They want complete state control, and they want to silence their opposition. One of the founders of the Frankfurt School, Herbert Marcuse, he wrote an essay in 1965 called Repressive Tolerance. And basically in it, he makes the argumentation that the capitalist society has captured culture so much that we are unable to even articulate a better world. We can't even conceptualize of another world because we are so saturated with capitalistic belief. And capitalism is using us to basically just further its own existence. It's production for the sake of production. And so Herbert Marcuse, again, not a small guy, big, profound thinker, he makes the argument that exclusively what he called anti-democratic movements, the conservatives, the right wing, he's very explicit when he says this, the political right, they need to be pre-censored. And he admits that this is a form of censorship, but he justifies it because they're saying, well, they're making tolerance impossible for us. So the only way to defeat them is to completely silence them. And so, like, when I say we need to completely silence the left, I'm getting that from Herbert Marcuse. And it's actually a rhetorical trap, because if one leftist comes in, they go, you want to engage in censorship, that's unconstitutional. Yeah, it is. Like the guy that came up with the original idea, who's actually a leftist and a Marxist. So you guys are the ones who want to silence your opposition. I'm just snarkily, or depending on the day, maybe I'm being half serious. We need to silence them because it clearly works. They've been doing it against us for the better part of 100 years. And we see that when something that is explicitly in the news, an event that happens that favors the right wing, a shooting happens. All the Democrats and all the leftists jump on that issue instantly. But when it's someone protects somebody using a gun, that's never talked about. That is intentional because they have infected everything. They've infected the academia and the media, those two things, and they decide what is taught, what is spread, and what's not. Because we have neo-Marxists, we have critical theorists in these institutions.
And Trump just identified them in the American Bar Association, and they're going after that, which is good that they're being exposed everywhere. Do you have your hand up, my friend?
Hey, go ahead. It's
Thanks. I wanted to just go back to a point to try to take a cut at explaining why some things may work on lower levels and not at scale. And I think this has to do, to some extent, with our evolution. And, again, Marx wasn't an empiricist. So when we've looked at our, human evolution, our circles of sentiment tended to extend to no more than 150 to 200 people. Think of your circle of sentiments as radiating from a central point and concentric circles. So the people closest to you, your parents, your siblings, your cousins, then extended clans. Once you get further enough out, you're talking about everyone. And when the left pretends that they have the same empathy for some random person they never met or whose life they'll never impact except by screaming at us and from the comfort of America, they kind of give up the ghost there, right? We're supposed to believe that I have to have the same emotions as someone in Minneapolis as I do my own mother. That is just not human, right? So they're proceeding from a base where they presume more about man than it is actually empirically justifiable for reasons of natural selection, and just
accident of history. And then obviously when you have a false premise and you spit it into a function, you're going to get a garbage answer, right? Garbage in, garbage out. False premises are going to lead to false conclusions every single time. That's what we're seeing.
And what's interesting about that is, so Marx and the neo-Marxists also believe this about culture, but Marx believed that the economy is literally what makes the culture. If you get the economy just correct, you'll get the perfect people. Whereas the neo-Marxists say if we build the perfect culture, we'll build the perfect people. We'll have this anti-racist, completely egalitarian citizen that will only do things that are good for that culture. It's the same exact vehicle, just with a different paint job. And so these people believe ultimately that people are socially constructed, that when we're born, we have a blank slate, and everything that we are, our dislikes, our likes, our things that make us happy, the things that bring us joy, are all externally written on us over the course of our life. So that's what a social constructionist believes. And so when you are dealing with the people that have this idealistic a priori belief, you can arrive at any conclusion that you want to based on whatever's in your head. And so they're trying to forcefully change culture because they believe that human nature is infinitely malleable, and the goal is to get human nature, perfect.
Thank you, Sterling.
I gotta say, I was impressed with Sterling in just talking to him leading up to this presentation, and my respect and admiration has gone up 1,000-fold. Just awesome information and delivery. I would like everybody to repost, quote, post this space, get it out there so this information can get to everybody. It is recorded, so people can listen to it later, and it's worth re-listening to because he delivered so much information. It is hard to absorb all of it at once. But one thing I do see is that it is in every corner of our society right now, and I hope you can see it easier now that you see it and help support the people that are pushing back. Anita's got, she's trying to educate us on the nuclear family. They're trying to tear that down. Amy's got gardening at home and how to, take care of ourselves. We've got Apothecary that is out there doing her thing. We've got people pushing back on, and I know this really doesn't tie into the Marxism thing, but I somehow think it is. It's part of the destruction of our country, and I think every aspect of what's tearing our country down is part of that. But that's the human trafficking. Allie Harper and all them. There's a lot of people out there that we need to support, and we're trying to get this information out. Shell does some wonderful spaces and brings a lot of great information, and I invite you all to join their spaces and become part of the CSN network and the Patriot War Room. And if you want to be part of the Patriot War Room, I'm sure there's a link here somewhere that you can request to sign up. We've got a great chat, a lot of information. We've got people like AJ that come in and deliver up-to-date news in all of our spaces. And we appreciate getting information out there. But I want to give a big round of applause. I don't know if there are any more questions. If you have some questions and Sterling's willing, we've been here 2 hours now. Actually, Sterling and I have been going for 3. But if you have more questions, please grab a mic if Sterling's willing, and we'll take some more. Chad, go ahead.
Hello, everyone. Yeah, some of you, long time no see. I don't get out and about as much as I used to. I just want to call out and say hi to everyone that knows me. But kind of back on the conversation. Okay, so how do you change people's perspective? How do you brainwash them to think a different way? News, your regular local news stations, and your radio stations. Okay, so I've been down in Missouri. Well, everybody who knows me, I live up in Minnesota. I've been down in Missouri for the last month. Well, you don't know that. Down there working. And the TV news stations and the radio stations are so far different than what they are up here in Minnesota. Up here in Minnesota, they're constantly brainwashing you that socialism and communism is great. Down in Missouri, it's complete opposite. So that's how they're changing everything. So I'm just curious, how do we get the news stations and the radio stations to change the way they're talking about stuff? Because that's what's changing a lot of people. And if you look at it, all your major metropolitan cities are diehard freaking communists and socialism. You get out in the rural areas, they're American. They're, what mine is mine. What I work for is mine. I work for it, it should be mine. It's, socialism. Oh, everybody should give up everything that they freaking work for, which is bullshit. I don't know if I'm really making a good point here, but kind of my point is on news stations, radio stations. That's what's destroying everything right now. Somehow I need to get on them, get them to change their ways, their talking. That's the only way that I go shoot another coat of clear, and then I'll be done painting for the night. But yeah, I've been painting all day long, so I got a little bit more than, I'm gonna leave it there.
Well, I hope you're using a respirator. Go ahead and take that, Sterling.
Oh yeah, I use a respirator. Sorry, I had to interrupt. Yeah, I use a respirator, but that's still the paint still gets past it.
So not everyone goes and works for a radio station. However, what does everyone do? We all go to school. So again, going back to critical theories, there is an educator by the name of Paulo Freire, and he wrote his critical theory was critical pedagogy, and a pedagogy is just teaching children. So there's an instrumental book, a foundational book of critical pedagogy, which is called Critical Pedagogy, and in it he argues that children are actually the foundation of a revolution. That they are the ones that have that revolutionary energy because they're ignorant and stupid and they're idealistic. Perfect vehicles for socialism. So it actually starts at the educational level. I'm talking starting at kindergarten.
Hey, go ahead, Carrie.
I think my mic is having an issue. Yeah, thanks. It's really actually hard for me to, try to continue to absorb the conversation while holding a thought in my mind, but, I'm sorry. It's a thing with being a lady in your mid to late 40s. It just goes with the day. But everything has been tying into all of those the thought, the framing, where I was gonna say the attack on the culture, on through that ideology, and people bringing up so many aspects to it, when it comes to the nuclear family, when it comes to your education, and then people bringing up the media, the radio, the news, And then, I mean, when it goes to our education, it starts at kindergarten. We have foreign investors in our children's education. It's happening right here and now, like Mad Dog said. I honestly, I began with the question, and the next thing you know, the conversation keeps going. My wheels keep turning, you know. So I guess I'll just turn my mic off now because I honestly can't recall the question that I had again. Sorry for that, but everybody is just hitting nails on the head, if you know what I mean. The cultural war, they're literally wanting to separate people and families and divide us so that they can indoctrinate us, so that they can use ignorance, so that they can, you know, teach the ideology rather than biology should have been the first really big red warning here in the state of Oregon, and other states took the signs and protected their children, but they're absolutely indoctrinating and misinforming. And there's definitely, when I do a press release across the state, there's like the city, certain news channels that will always post a left biased article, regardless of the fact of you know, it not being any kind of, you know, issue that should be left or right. It doesn't matter. That's how they're going to spin it. And I think that comes from, you know, the lobbyists and the money and everything that gets tied into it behind the closed doors, that we really are a part of those secret meetings and things happening, but they're absolutely happening. And another part that was barely brought up, but the fact that sex trafficking has entered this country and become another lucrative, sick kind of part. That's another part of the culture they're trying to, you know, create acceptance for perverts, and you know, they're trying to pervert our justice system. It's Thank you very much for this. I mean, this X Space, Sterling hats completely off, and thank you very much for your time today, and everybody else's. I truly will probably listen this once again, just to you know, regurgitate some of the, you know, information. It's been very educational.
I'm really glad. That's what I'm trying to get to everybody is give you the linguistic and the ideological and philosophical firepower that you're going to need when now that we've done this space, now that we've done all this, expect Marxists and socialists and communists to come at you, challenging you, being like, well, did you know that? Well, did you know this? Well, have you read that? Have you read this? Well, then you really don't know. Ignore them. Just don't even freaking listen to them, because you can turn it back in their face. Like I said toward the beginning, oh, have you read the entire Bible? Well, no. Then you can't criticize it. Then I'm gonna employ your logic.
That was what I was. Oh my gosh, that was what I was going to comment on earlier, was how you were talking, you know, about your snarky response and this and that. They're virtue signaling to everybody else, right? They're like they are portraying themselves to be on the moral high ground, but when you turn around and do something of the same nature, it's all of a sudden another. Now they're virtue signaling in an opposite light. You know, you can't win with them. Anyhow, that was another thing that you did make sense of. Again, an awesome space here today.
Thank you. And you cannot reason with people that only deal in power.
Hey, welcome up, Anita. Do you got something?
And violence.
Yeah, I was just gonna respond back to Chad when he was saying what should we do about, you know, the news and all the silliness that they write. And I don't know if people agree with me or not, but what I do is I mock them. I think President Trump showed us that's the way to do it. Mock them when they say silly stuff. During this presentation, NBC dropped a news report saying that Trump basically made up the word communism. That is ridiculous. The whole article is ridiculous. It is hilarious. There should be 1 million posts on there mocking NBC for being so silly. And I think once they get more of that, they'll stop, because that's going to embarrass them. I call that visibly standing. So you read an article that NBC or someone puts out that's ridiculous, like one that's calling a man a woman. There should be 1 million comments on there from us all saying, hey, that's a man, silly. And then a laughy face. Like, take a couple more seconds. I think we just need to mock them and visibly mock them. That's my opinion on how to start changing the news a bit. And I think President Trump has tried to show us that roadmap. Just my opinion.
I'm in absolute favor of unrelenting mockery and criticism, because the world that these people believe in is a fantasy, and I hope that I've illustrated their fantasy, where they quite literally believe that they can take the reins of history and they can mold human nature to how they want it to be, and that all of it's just going to work out. And so what I tell people also is, when you're talking to a communist that believes in this utopianism idea, they're speaking to you from the future, because they're speaking to you as if communism is an inevitability. So when they say we're on the right side of history, or you're on the right side or wrong side of history, that's what they mean. That history has already been decided. I'm on the right side of it. You're on the wrong side, because I know how history is going to conclude. It's this arrogance, this fantasy that they have built up in their heads as this solution to all of man's problems, and everything can be solved. I mean, have you ever asked yourself why it is that every single environmental solution that we can come up with is just a variation of socialism? There's a reason for that, because they quite literally believe that socialism is the only answer. And so I want to go to, like, they're infecting our institutions, and they're trying to make capitalism by intentionally making it not run the way it's designed to run, so that it appears as though that it's not actually working. And they'll call it late stage capitalism. So the idea is to infect capitalism to make it untenable, to actually accelerate the distance between the rich and the poor, and elimination of the middle class. And they're going to use that as evidence that, see, the system doesn't work. Not letting you're ignorant of their hand in it. And they will lie to you to your face. Don't believe anything they say. I mean, there's a part of me that has been saying recently, like, we should just stop talking to the left, because we already know what they want. They know that we know that they lie. Their entire point is winning. They don't need to be morally incoherent. They don't need to hold Renee Good and Laken Riley in the same regard. They don't. It's just about winning to them.
You know, in response to what everybody was talking about the news media, just recently there was an article about IP28 and IP25, and the comparison of the two. And the news station said, and everybody I'm sure is familiar with IP28, that was where they were going to make hunting and fishing illegal, make animal husbandry a sex offense, make trapping mice, plowing a field illegal, make rodeos illegal, any kind of farming, anything to do with animals, basically illegal, or in the state of Oregon. It was just an insane bill. And IP25 is just out there to make hunting, fishing, and farming and all of that a constitutional right. So this news station put this story out, and how they worded it was, IP28 is to make it a constitutional right to hunt and fish. However, it's going up against the Peace Act that's against animal cruelty. And see, that's how they worded it. And that's how they got away with it. So if you're reading that and you don't know, you're ignorant, you're thinking, well, I love animals. it's a psyop. And once you see what they're doing and how they operate, and you understand what Sterling's offering you, you'll understand this stuff, and you'll see it everywhere. You'll hear it in people, in the way people speak to you, and you'll be able to push back and say no, like Sterling was just saying. Dahlia, you've had your hand up for a while, and then we've got Pete. And then Dave came up, and I don't see any other hands. I see Carrie's up and Anita's. I don't know if they put it back up or not. But go ahead, Dahlia.
Thanks, Mad Dog. Thank you for the space. Great presentation, Sterling. I just wanted to touch on something. You've heard Sterling say dialectical and dialect several times. Dialects are my thing, and I'm not talking about different languages. I'm talking about the English language and how words are used and how they affect people's emotions and feelings and how we process that. And it's a big thing right now, what's happening, how words are being manipulated, how they affect our feelings and stuff like that. And that is being used a lot. You see it, our representatives, the left, they're using them. Influencers, we hear, oh, people were kidnapped, or people, and how they soften the words. Our legal system are changing. People aren't convicts anymore. They're something else when they're in the jails. It would be really great. You should look about how dialects are used, dialectical philosophy. It wouldn't hurt you at all to learn about these things, because they want you to think with your emotional mind and not your wise mind. And your, to have reasonable thinking, because it's real easy to get caught up in that. I mean, we're all good thinkers. I know we are. We're good thinkers. But that's why we have all this suicidal empathy and all these people acting stupid. So a little research on dialectical thinking would be really great for a lot of us, so that we can understand a lot of the things that Sterling understands. Thanks, guys.
Yeah, people say knowledge is power, but you can't have knowledge without words. So I think words are power. And it's no coincidence that one of the first things the trans movement tried to do was manipulate language. They said, this is the gender that you are assigned at birth. No one said that before they started saying that. Your gender is confirmed at birth. Their genitals match what they saw on the ultrasound. Confirmed that it's a boy. So what they're doing is they're using systemic thinking, right? Going back to critical theory. No, this doctor, he imposed what he understood gender to be onto me. See, that's how they think.
Kelly, dear Patriot, can you hold down the fort? I got to step away for a bit.
Yeah, go ahead, Pete.
Evening, everyone. Mad Dog, if you're still there, thanks for having the space. Sterling, I've heard you before. You're amazing. I think you're a national treasure, and I'm glad you're around as an alternative voice to someone who I used to follow that covers much of the same topics that you do. There's a female podcaster who I will not name that I followed for about a year. Her teachings on socialism, communism, the extreme left, Antifa, other similar groups were just completely shocking and eye-opening to me, and I was completely fascinated. But after a time, unfortunately, she tends to focus on certain other topics, particularly pretty deep hatred for a particular ethno-religious group, and it really just turns me off. And she doesn't hold spaces, so there's no way you can really interact other than text. And I find that to be kind of a weakness, but an awful lot of what she teaches, and what really inspired me to get books and start reading about this topic, completely matches with the stuff that you're teaching. And I'm so happy that we have you as an alternative voice that focuses just on these topics. I do have an administrative question, and I guess it might be difficult because Mad Dog just left, but I had to come into the space late, and I'd like to listen to the entire recording. Would I simply go to Mad Dog's timeline and look for the space and play the recording? Is that what I would do?
Yeah, when the space is over, you'll be able to replay it. So yeah,
Awesome.
if you just go to his profile, it should be right up top.
Awesome, awesome. You know, I see Shell was just here, and I think she just left. But I don't get to hear her and the Colonel very often because of my work schedule, and I can't listen to spaces or participate at work. But she had a space where you were referenced, Sterling, and some of the stuff that you've been teaching. And they were going over things. Somebody was reading like the DSA's platform, and people were talking about how shocked they were that they want to close all the prisons and completely defund the police, and they're completely for open borders. And the main point that this other person teaches is the definition that what the socialists and communists really fight, what they really hate, is what she defines as the core definition of how they define capitalism, which is private property ownership of pretty much any type. And the way that connects is, first, I mean, your private property is your home. There's a border between your family and the outside world. There's your city, there's your state, there's the country. And from what she's taught, the extreme left views borders as an enforcement of capitalism. Similarly, they see the police as the protectors of the capitalist system, and actually is kind of an extension of the old slave patrols, which is why they want to also open all the prisons. They see as an extension of slavery. Does that match up with what you've concluded?
Yes, yeah, that is their end goal. Is it's a radical redefinition of words that we know, like democracy. You know, like when they say democracy, they don't mean what we mean.
Correct.
They don't mean you vote for a candidate and that candidate then represents you. They don't believe in that. They hate that. And so my theory is the reason why they hate private property so much is if you read John Locke's Two Treatises of Government, if you go to On Property, where he actually makes the case why it is that man is owed property, he starts off by saying, God gave the earth to Adam. So therefore, he gave Adam property. So it's birthright. So the reason why they truly hate private property and why they really, that's like the main thing, is because it's theological, it's biblical, it's from God.
Oh, that makes perfect sense.
And liberalism itself, which is the water we swim in America, this idea that the individual is above the state, all of those things, they're all biblical. So it's no coincidence then that we see this radical focus on these very key specific parts of our belief system that are rooted in God.
That's a key connection that I hadn't put together for myself. Thank you for that. That makes perfect sense. Do you ever hold spaces yourself or teach or anything like that? Because I would love to delve more into this stuff.
No, this is my first time.
Really? Well, again, I'm really glad you're available to help enlighten the rest of us. I'm assuming you know what person I was talking about with that podcaster, yes?
Carlin Bursenko, or what's her name. Yeah, as soon as he said she's an anti-Semite, definitely.
No question. And that really bothers me, but
me too.
Well, I'm glad to hear that. All I can say at this point, Sterling, is thank you again. I'll be trying to follow whenever you speak with absolutely peeled eyes and really open ears. Thanks again for your presentation, and I will re-listen to the entire space.
Can I jump in really quick, Sterling? Pete, also, if you want to look in the Purple Pill, there is a link to the YouTube channel that I have. Please like and subscribe as well. But on there, the beginning part of this presentation also has a visual slide element to it. So you will be able to watch that as well. Also, we do Bible study spaces on Mondays at 11 a.m. in the Patriot War Room. Sterling frequents those as well. So if you're interested in that.
If I'm ever off on a Monday, I'll be happy to plug in. Normally I'm working. But thank you. I'll look for that.
Thank you all. Go ahead, Dave.
Thanks, dear Patriot, Mad Dog, Kelly. Now, I understand that newborns now, the doctor flips a coin. Is that true? And if it lands on its side, is the baby non-binary? All right, let's get the jokes out of the way.
Not only that, but the point has to be of a specific year. I think so, yeah.
But on all this, I'm a really surface level guy, so this is really you know, got to really dig deep to really follow a lot of this. But brilliant stuff, Sterling, really is. I have some thoughts, and I don't even know if I can form a question, or I might come with two questions here. Someone mentioned state law, and I don't know if it was you or somebody, but state law comes to mind a lot because, in my mind, the left and now these Democrat socialists coming in, and they are winning a lot of local elections across the country, is in these blue states, they're putting in these state laws, and a lot of these things, I'm like, well, how can the federal not come in and stop that? Like stuff like, it's legal to steal your kid if you don't affirm their gender. That's legal in states, in some states. Rapists going to female prisons, that's legal in some states. Taxpayer money going to illegals. So these state laws that get put in and passed through these blue states, legislatures, are they, I guess this would be my first question, are they taking advantage of a lack of a response from the federal government, or does the federal government not have the authority to trump over a lot of these ridiculous state laws? I mean, it seems to me they're making almost U.S. Congress not obsolete, but somewhat useless in a lot of ways. Just some thoughts on that, Sterling, if you could.
So what they've done is they've infiltrated. So small local state governments are a lot easier to take control of because it just doesn't have as many eyes on it. It doesn't make the news as much as when the federal government does something, And my evidence of that is conservatives are notoriously bad for showing up for the midterms. We're just really bad at it, and the left jumps on that. So when people are saying, "Oh, it's going to be a red wave," maybe, I'm not 100% convinced because they have saturated at the state level to the point where people like a Zoran Mamdani can actually be elected into office. Someone that has been in this country for less than a decade is now the mayor of the most. It is the economic beating heart of this country. I hear people they'll trivialize or minimize. Well, he's just the mayor. Yeah, of the richest city in America. I mean, do you think that was by accident? How come we don't have a socialist Muslim running in Montana or South Dakota? Why New York? New York, not just the state, the specific city. They have Manhattan. They have Wall Street. So all this stuff is being done very intentionally, and the idea is to pacify the people. What ultimately they're doing is these neo-Marxists don't believe in the Constitution. They don't believe in the rights that we all have, but they're weaponizing our liberties and our tolerance. They're weaponizing it against us. And who knows? I've been dealing with this question kind of, I haven't felt brave enough to share it until now. But I don't think the United States has the balls to execute a sitting politician for treason. Even if we found out for a fact they committed treason, everyone knows it. I don't think we could do it. I just don't think that we have the balls to do it. And until we do, I don't see any change happening. Really, not that I want, death or anything. I'm not calling for any of that stuff. I'm just saying we're getting forced into a position where our tolerance is being used against us, and they're daring us to do something about it. Because if we do something about it by becoming intolerant ourselves. And so they've put us in this corner where we have to really figure out what it is we're going to do. The question I've been postulating is, if you let a family member or a friend continually facilitate their own suicide, like you're just not helping them, you're not, like, they own a gun and you're just not doing anything about it. You're not trying to take it away from them, knowing that they have suicidal ideation. We consider that to be immoral, right? We consider that to be immoral to let someone facilitate their own suicide. How is our culture, our society, and our nation any different? How is it moral to let a tolerant society that allows for so many freedoms and allows for ideas that are in direct opposition of it, is it moral to let that society kill itself? Because the thing that I'm coming to is we need a mechanism, a discriminatory mechanism that says no, you can't be a communist in this country. And if you are a self-professed communist and you actually do hate this country and you want to leave, I think that it should be a law that you should be legally obligated to leave this country. I think there should be a law. I'm not talking about someone talking, casually with their friends or talking in jest. I'm talking about somebody that they hate America. I hate our freedoms, and if I had the choice, I would leave. I think they should be legally obligated to leave the country, and if they don't, put them in jail. I mean, it sounds draconian and it sounds illiberal. It's because it is, but the alternative is liberalism killing itself. So, like, what two roads do we want to go down? And we're going to have to make that choice very soon.
Thank you. I agree with you, Sterling, 100%. Angela, you had your hand up and then it went down. Did you still have something?
I'm going to suggest to Pete that he quote post the space and then find it in his own time. But
thank you.
Suggestions were made, so I'll leave it there.
Awesome, thank you. And then I'm probably going to mess up your name, but Marcio?
Yeah, hi guys. First time here. Thanks for the mic opportunity to share my thought. Actually, it's a thought and then maybe a question if you guys don't mind. I was listening to some of the thoughts that you've been sharing here, and I was thinking about the roots of the breakdown of our society. How did we get at this point where our children are very confused about their future, about their love for parents, understanding among them of what the future lies or things like that? I mean, when I grew up was not like that at all. It was totally different. And I'm wondering if this has anything to do with the fact that our youth in the past, they were not advised properly about what forming a family means in this world. In other words, people get married like sometimes very in a young age, and they don't know what they're going to face. And when the pressure and the problems that they start facing in life start facing them, that's when everything falls apart. And I was looking at our statistics, and we have today almost 500,000 children in foster homes, where about almost 150,000 are ready to be adopted, which, I mean, to me, this is maybe the roots of what we're seeing happening today, because anyone can adopt these children, right? And anyone with a different mindset, different culture, perspective, different language, and so forth, they can adopt these children. And I'm wondering if, when we talk about the origin or the roots of this problem, if it doesn't go back on the way that we are kind of teaching our children on how they're supposed to, stood up a family and face reality of life and things like that. Sometimes I don't think that people are prepared for those things unless, I mean, in church, I never seen anyone talking to others about, the future, how to prepare for those things in a practical way. So I was just throwing that there. And I think what Steve was saying too, if I may say another point, is about this problem that we are facing in the U.S. right now with the Islamic radicals who took over the country. I think from a threat level standpoint, Steve, particular to our sovereignty, unfortunately, deportation, I don't think it will resolve this threat anymore, because, I mean, this is no longer a rule of law issue, I think. I think there's, to be effective, trying to use our rule of law measures, it's just not gonna, we don't have enough time, because this thing is happening so fast that they are basically occupying the whole territory. I mean, it's all over, especially here in West Virginia, where I am. I mean, I'm in between Virginia and West Virginia. And I think based on my chats with the Brits, because I do participate on those space there, and about what they are facing in their own country, right? They are, having a lot of issues right now just to keep their, neighborhood safe. I mean, there has been a lot of issues there in Europe, especially in England, where they are really in a really awkward situation. So I think I think we need to do two things here. If I was thinking about that as well. I mean, I think we need to eradicate Islam from the First Amendment, because I don't think this is a religion at all. This is, a deliberate method of occupation focusing on the expansion of a radical theocracy as a form of governance. So it's totally contrary to the principles of our foundations and of our constitution. And the second thing, I think, upon moving Islam from the First Amendment as not considering a religion, we need to place it under maybe a category of a national security threat, because I think this is an illegal, in my opinion, illegal ideology that is kind of spreading inside our territory, our soil. And I think we need to initiate like a separation, I don't know, an isolation of the cultures here, because if we don't, I think we're going to end up like the Brits, that they are going through a lot of horrible things right now. I'm just listening in those space there, and it's really scary what I'm listening to. I'm going to stop here because I know there are others with the hands up, but I just wanted to share those two thoughts with you guys. Thank you so much for the time.
Yeah, I do want to question, or I'm not. I do want to comment on. You said that it's happening all of a sudden. It's not. It's been happening for 100 years. It's just this stuff is exponential. That the closer we get to its conclusion, the greater and the more severe and the more accelerated it's going to appear. And so that's what we're seeing now. And like a part of me is like, is it too late? We haven't lost all our freedoms just yet, but they're coming. And it's going to take everything that we have to fight against it, and that includes, not being afraid of the things that they're going to call you, because we need to recontextualize the conversation in the context that I gave. Where is it moral to allow a country to commit its own suicide? And that to me should be like a legal thing. Like there should be a law that no. I don't care how welcome the country is. If we're welcoming in ideas that want to destroy from within inside, and they can do so legally, they can apply for office, they can pass laws, they can do these things the way that they want them to do. It's like, okay, so are we just powerless against them? We just have to just basically wait until our country is no more? Or is there a moral obligation on the side of the people to protect the country from killing itself, from people that want to murder it? Like, that to me is a moral issue. Because just in the same way that you wouldn't leave your front door open and whoever wants to come in can come in, and, you just feel like, oh, all this stuff is mine now. Okay, well, it's my house now. Would I be moral in doing that? I would be harming myself and allowing that to happen to myself, right? And if you were my friend or you're my family, you would say, hey, I don't think that's good for you. I know you're trying to be nice and you're trying to, but they're taking your stuff. And then once all the stuff is gone, then there will be no stuff to give. So by you killing yourself, you're actually hurting the people that you could potentially be helping, So we need to like recontextualize where we're at in our American history, where we can no longer allow for people to use our own values and our own tools against us, because they're going to kill us.
It's at my porch. If you want to know how bad it is, at my porch right now. I mean, it's they're neighbors, and I don't know. I mean, I'm just. That's the reason I when I heard you saying first, Sterling, that's why I came back and had to have that second thought about my sharing. But I don't know what to do at this point. just sitting here in the vet, and I'm waiting, someone to tell me what's next. That's all.
And that is the question. I go into stealth medical space. Dr. Angela, she co-hosts with her quite often, and every once in a while she will ask the question, where are the men? Where are the men? Now, it may not be in reference to this, but that question is, where are the men? Why aren't we standing up? Well, part of it is we don't know what we're fighting against. And we haven't come up against this before, and with the information that we have. In this room, we have that information. We know what we're fighting against now. And there's more out there. There's more to be educated on. But how do we fight back? I mean, everybody says do it at the ballot. Yes, we do need to do it at the ballot, but we also need to get out there. We need to get out there and do what we can. You need to wear your patriotic gear. You need to go vote. You need to, I don't know, there's just so much to do. What do we do? I don't have that answer. I wish somebody did. We have a leader in Trump, and thank God he's there. But what do we have, or what do we have here locally? I don't know the answer to that. Who's that guy? Hassan Piker or Parker or something like that? That frickin' communist that's coming to the Keller Auditorium tomorrow? Well, guess what, folks? I'm going to go down there and I'm going to be one of the masses. I'm going to put on my white cowboy hat and I'm going to go down there and I'm going to stand there and I'm going to say, communist out. So, is that the right thing to do? I don't know, but it's something I can do. We've got more hands. I see. Oh, Scuba, do we have any questions from YouTube?
Not currently. Thank you, though.
Thomas is next. His hand's probably purple right now.
Hey, thank you guys. Wow, really fantastic space. I've been sitting here taking some notes, and then it started raining on me, so I jumped out of the rain. Let's see. Really, to associate myself, I think, with Sterling here. But I want to give some bona fides before I just kind of start talking. I think that a lot of times we hear things and people are talking, but we don't really know where they're coming from. So I'm 57 years old. I've been in the military since I was 17 years old. I worked in the intelligence community for over 20 years. I've been an infantryman in PSYOP. I deployed with Special Forces. I went in for Tulsi Gabbard as the senior advisor for counterintelligence to the National Counterintelligence and Security Center. And I've been studying the threat of Islam since I was a kid. So I've been looking at the threat of Islam for really over 40 years. And the topic we're talking about right now with regard to the threats facing our country, I recently joined, I'm a big fan of Jordan Peterson, and I finally bit the bullet and jumped on Peterson Academy, and I would highly recommend everybody get on Peterson Academy, because it's really like a fantastic venue for some of the smartest minds on a lot of these issues. And in the last, I don't know, month or so, I've listened to, over 60 hours of some of the most brilliant minds on Marxism, religion, the history of the Christian, the history of Christianity. There's some really great stuff on there. There's a great somebody's mic's active right now and coughing, so if you could mute, it'd be great. But there's a great 8-hour lecture on Marx and the origin of Marxism, and it really that 8-hour lecture is fantastic, talking about what who Marx actually was, what he actually believed, and the principal driving force in Marxism, which becomes communism, is the destruction of the church. It's completely anti-religious. It's completely against God. And that's really what the Marxists want. The first thing that they identify very specifically, the very first thing that they have to do is destroy God in society. That's their number one goal with Marxism. Somebody's chewing. I don't know. That's unusual.
Mad Dog, I think your mic's open.
Yeah, Mad Dog.
But the number one thing.
Hold on, Thomas. Mad Dog, do you get your mic closed? Okay.
Thanks. The number one thing they have to do is destroy God. The number two thing they have to do is destroy the family. And Marx lays that out in the 10 principles of Marxism, the 10 principles of communism. And that's where all of this originates. And we're talking going back to the mid-1800s, where they came up with these theories because they were so hateful of God that and ultimately of any form of, in their minds, capitalism, but of like human progress, basically. And so I think, there was a question that said, how did our children get to this point? How did we get here? And how we got here is really summed up by a guy named Yuri Bezmenov, who was a KGB defector from Russia in the 1960s and the 1970s. And he defected to the United States, and he laid out exactly what the Russians were doing. And he said it was ideological subversion. What we have to do is go in to the education system. Once we get into the education system, we can destroy the values of that society, and then within a few generations, we can propel them into revolution, into violent revolution. And that's really where we're at. We're 60 to 70 years from that time frame. Communists got into our education system. They took over the universities, and ultimately they have twisted the minds of our children into believing in no God and in the destruction of the family. And that's how then we get to the situation where, and then of course, again, like Sterling was saying, the immigrants that are coming into the country are congregating in our metropolitan areas. And what they're doing in the metropolitan areas is they're taking over the local politics of cities like New York, London, all across California, any place that liberal philosophy, influenced by the education academia, they were able to essentially twist the minds of our children. And those children started in like the 1940s, the 1950s, and the 1960s. And now those children are in office. Those children are in political positions all across the country. All too often we focus on the liberals that are in the federal government. It's not the liberals in the federal government. It's the liberals on our school boards. It's the communists in our academia, in our universities, that are basically working from within these organizations to destroy America, to destroy Western values, to destroy God, and destroy the family. And all we have to do is look at what's going on right now globally, everywhere that this has happened. In Europe, London, Germany, Italy, France, Spain, and today, Michigan, Texas, New York, Chicago. These are all cities that have been taken over by the liberal philosophy, and they are so deluded they don't even realize that they're communists. That they are following these Marxist philosophies of destroying God, destroying family, destroying capitalism, And all of those things are directly antithetical. They are directly antithetical to Christian worldview and ultimately Western civilization. And so what has happened probably in the last 25 to 30 years is that the Marxists have joined forces with the Islamists, who also want to destroy Christianity and Judaism. And they join forces with the LGBTQ, which is destroying humanity, ultimately destroying the family. And then from there, here's the real rub, and the thing that I wanted to jump in this space and say. Marx himself said that the only way this is going to happen, ultimately, at the last moment, is violence. Because there are going to be people who are not going to give up their religious values, their Christian values, their Western values, and you're going to have to use violence to force them. So one of the things that I've been saying, and I ran for U.S. Senate here in Virginia in 2019, 2020, they need to essentially dismantle the values, our American values, and they want to dismantle free speech, and only their speech is allowed. Anybody who speaks out against them is a racist, a misogynist, a homophobe, whatever. They'll label you, and this is all in Solinsky's book of how they're going to do it. Okay? But the problem is none of these people that are doing these things necessarily read that stuff. They're just in the throes of the messaging with these false narratives, and it all starts with the destruction of a biblical worldview that had been, in one of the documentaries, and I'll kind of land here, and I think it's a very, very interesting point. I'm listening to one right now in Peterson Academy on Thomas Aquinas. And one of the things that I think is very, very interesting is that up until about the 1900s, 99% of all of humanity, we're talking global humanity, in every culture, in every part of the world, 99% of humanity believed in a higher power, in a creator of some kind. Okay? And a vast majority of that were Christians. Okay? A vast majority of that were Christians at that time. And today, it's down to about 50% of people who actually believe, and that's including Muslims, that's including Christians, Jews. About 50% now today, from 99% to 50%, believe in a higher power, a creator that has a direct interest in their daily lives. So they have been monumentally successful in destroying a relationship with God, with humanity, to the point where our children, not my children, because I took my children out of public schools, but if your kids are in public schools, they are being indoctrinated into believing that there is no God, that family is a construct. And one of the things, I think it was Sterling that said, somebody said that if you don't agree with what your child wants to do, they can just take the child away. That's giving the state or the communists, for lack of it's an overgeneralization because they don't even know they're communists. But that's giving them the power to dismantle the family directly by just taking your children away. Because you're like a mystic, you believe in like spirits and these gods and all these things, and they use that as a weapon to dismantle the family and to separate humanity from the creator. And so it's a very, very there's a Paul Harvey video from many, many years ago, and he basically says, if I was the devil, this is what I would do. I would make drugs okay, I'd make promiscuity okay, I'd make homosexuality okay, I'd make the destruction of the family okay. If I was the devil, that's exactly what I would do. And
Hey, Thomas,
can
you land that plane, bud?
Yeah, I just want to land here real quick. I think that one of the arguments that I have a lot of times with people on the left of the argument is this: the cultists, the people that are aligned with Lucifer, the people that are aligned, they don't have to run around in black cloaks with silver daggers and practice, child sacrifice. They don't have to do that. All they have to do is not believe in God and then go and pursue their hedonistic behaviors. Satan doesn't require you to believe in him. He just is trying to separate you from God so that you can live in his world as opposed to God's world. And so I think that I hope that adds some granularity. I would highly recommend, as I said, and I'm not advertising for Jordan Peterson Academy other than the fact that I am loving what I'm listening to, and I would say I would try it, and I would go and spend some time listening to some of the greatest minds in the world that are talking about everything from Thomas Aquinas to the history of the Bible to whatever. It's a really, really great platform, and I hope what I'm adding here added some granularity to what Sterling is saying, and I'll end there. Thank you guys. I appreciate it.
Thank you, Thomas. I had to step away, so I don't know the hand order. Dear Patriot Kelly, could you help me?
I think it's Pete and then Dave.
Synchronicity is really pretty amazing sometimes, because just a few hours ago, I was listening to a short, less than 30-minute radio show called the E Pluribus Unum Show that deals directly with what Marcio and Thomas brought up about where have our kids gone wrong, how did we get here. The guest was a gentleman by the name of David Randall, from the National Association of Scholars. I've actually put a link to the show in the purple pill, but essentially where our children went wrong and how they got so brainwashed is entirely due to the methods of the current education system. The examples he gave was they're going straight to teaching our kids about activism without giving them any depth of background. Two examples from the things that he talked about. One was they teach them to be completely down and negative about Western civilization, but they never teach them what Western civilization is and its history. Another example was they teach them about the importance of the Russian Revolution, except these kids don't have any idea where or what Russia is. They're being intentionally deprived of certain education that they really ought to have before they decide whether they want to be activists or not. It's worth a listen. It's less than 30 minutes. It was really interesting, but it completely ties in to what both Marcio and Thomas brought up. Thomas, I'm also in Virginia. I remember when you ran. I completely support you. I hope you'll run again. And for the woman who brought up mocking the left, remember, mockery is one of the tools that is in Rules for Radicals. And so turn it against them. I'm completely in agreement. Thanks.
Yeah, I highly recommend Saul Alinsky's Rules for Radicals. I use rule number 4 quite a bit, where you hold your enemy to their own book of standards. So hold them to their standard. Don't let them deviate.
Exactly.
Go ahead, Dave.
Thank you, Kelly. I had something where I wanted to ask an opinion for Sterling or anybody, but Thomas got me thinking of a couple quick things. I'll try to be quick with this. And spot on with everything Thomas says, but I watch an unbelievable amount of video, an embarrassingly high amount of video, and not just what my name is here, but a lot about the trans, and I think there might be a generation or two that might be gone. The UK California are the main areas that I watch videos on the ground on this issue. People in Portland know what I'm talking about. Seattle, Illinois, even in some red states. There's no word to describe. I don't think there's a word invented with some of the video I've seen on how people answer from middle school to 80-year-old boomers. That, oh yeah, gender identity can be, yeah, absolutely, a man can be a woman. I mean, they're all along the same line, no matter how old they are. They're so indoctrinated, and I think they're so deeply invested, especially parents, when they've transed a kid, that there's no turning back. You're going to admit that you chopped your healthy daughter's breast off? Like, how can you can never admit that? So now you have to double and triple down on it. And then the other thing was, although we are nonviolent here, the other side is taking advantage of our nonviolence. 100%. That's obvious. Cops are told to stand down in these blue states. We've seen it today. That you can't even defend yourself. So that's one thing they're taking advantage of there. But I'll be quick, and it's not so much. It's a tweet I'm talking about. It was a video, and it's not so much the subject in it, but the responses in the comments. And I'll be brief. It was a video out of Summerlin, outside of Vegas. It's a very upscale community. And it was a school board meeting, and it was a boomer teacher, a lady teacher at the mic addressing a school board member lady that had a XXXY Athletics t-shirt on. So that lady didn't even say a word. So this lady had a pre-prepared thing, it's probably in her 70s at least, and was reading something that she or somebody wrote, and it didn't address anything. It was all the Be Nice Brigade and, you know, trans rights. So it was all that same mumbo jumbo. But that's not even in the comments. And I'd love to get people's opinion on this. There was tons of comments, and every single 100% of them were negative to the XXXY Athletics shirt. 100. I was the only person defending the school board member. And then I looked at where these people, like the towns that they were from, the states, all over the country, including some foreign countries. So I guess I'm looking for opinions. And I noticed that I was commenting like crazy. The only people that responded to my comment was somebody that was from Vegas or Nevada. Nobody else from anywhere in the country or that overseas commented back at me. So here was I'm looking for opinions on. Could that be foreign influence on those or bots? I don't know how bots work exactly, but that dynamic was strange. I see it in minor forms, but 100% of the comments were one way, and nobody responded to me except people from that area. Any opinions on bots or maybe foreign influence?
I think it probably could be both. It kind of sounds like bots, especially if they're not replying. I feel like a lot of trolls or engagement farmers would try to reply to you, but since they're not, to me that sounds like bots. Or it could be both, you know, foreign bots made to do that kind of thing. Does anyone else have any ideas on that?
If I could respond, you know, and that's the type of thing that shuts people down. They see 100% of the comments are one way, and people clam up. I mean, that's one of the biggest issues in the country on every issue. Is people, the vast majority of people that agree with us on these issues are not speaking up. They're not, and I think at this point you got to be willing to risk a lot, even if it costs you whatever. I mean, I know people don't want to lose jobs, but we're not going to win unless we risk something.
We've got a lot of hands here, and we've got another space
I don't mean to interrupt. Sorry, but can we put like we need a timer because we're pushing 3 hours. So, just ask that if you guys can keep it down to, because I want to hear everyone's questions. So if you guys can keep it to 2 minutes, please. Sorry to cut you off, Kurt.
That's okay. I was just going to say that we have the Chud Lounge starting after this at 8 o'clock. They pushed it out because this is a banger space. I don't know how much longer Sterling's going to hold up here, but I will be running this space for another half hour at least, and give Sin and Dahlia time to get their space set up. We're all going to jump over there. So, yes, I just want to say, what a group all the questions, answers. We need more of this. We need more of this in spaces. We need more educational spaces, and yeah. So hands. I need help again.
Proud MAGA had his hand up or her hand up, whatever, first, and then it was Matthias, and then good.
Thank you so much. It disappeared. I come from the past and the future. I've lived in communism for my first 16 years of life. I'm a proud American veteran, naturalized, who came through the big golden door, did everything right. I served my adopted country in the U.S. Navy. By the way, Thomas, thank you for service, brother in arms. I was enlisted in the Navy, and they hopped us into the Coast Guard boat. So as soon as I became an American citizen, I applied to the commission to be commissioned and went to the Rocky, where we have a program for reserves, reserve officer candidate indoctrination. I already had a Juris Doctor degree when I came to the United States. I just didn't have the citizenship. I'm a polyglot. I'm well known in the Coast Guard for speaking multiple languages, certified with the Defense Language Institute. I've worked in Intel. I've worked in Europe, Africa, Southwest Asia. I can tell you at least from what I've done, and it's not classified, we did not, and I repeat, we did not plan that shameful exit from Afghanistan. But what I lived in communism with rationed food, power outages, rights on paper, but none in reality. 36 years later, we found out that actually that was a sham. It was a coup d'etat, and if you did not hear about the revolution of 1989, you should watch online. Nowadays, you have everything, including the execution of Ceausescu, who did not even have the right of appeal. And now we find out that those who have canceled the elections in Romania in December 2024, after canceling one of the candidates, are literally disregarding the rule of law. And the highest institution in Romania, the equivalent of SCOTUS, is the Constitutional Court of Romania, has been infested, or both, because they completely disregard the Constitution and the organic laws. And I can go in details if you're interested, but I think you're not. And everything that's happening right now with all this young generation that is pro the European Union, which, as you can see, is completely destructive of the old continent. They're so supportive and have no idea that they are slaves, modern slaves. So I just took the liberty of using AI, since I graduated one of the veterans programs, how to use AI, be smart about it, and scan the internet faster without doing the analysis up front. And it says here, since the host was mentioning what can we do, there's one for the compliant form, democratic framework, even though I disagree with the term democratic, because the will of a people is really not there. The other form is the authoritarian, forgive me, English is my third language, framework that says that we should use civil resistance in forms of general strikes, labor slowdowns, boycotts to weaken state-controlled industries and demonstrate the regime's dependence on worker cooperation. Civil disobedience and non-cooperation, refusing to comply with state directives. Pandemic, hello. Boycotting state management, media, or official institutions, and creating independent civil networks. Building parallel institutions, here's where the volunteership really pays off. Establishing underground publications, independent trade unions, such as Poland's Solidarity Movement in the 1980s, and informal community self-help networks to bypass state authority, encouraging defection, appealing to state bureaucrats.
I appreciate the information, but we got a lot of hands.
Okay, thank you.
Kelly, do you have the hands? I think it was Carrie.
It was Matthias, if you still wanted to talk. I think it was Carrie.
I just wanted to say thank you to Thomas for your service and also to Proud MAGA. But I was just saying, Mad Dog, I will be there with you tomorrow to protest the communist invasion. I'm afraid it's going to slide right off. So everybody else can speak. I just wanted to say I am on the front lines of this Portland invasion, and I plan on standing with any brothers in Christ and sisters in Christ who want to come down and remember that this is a God-fearing country.
Matthias, could you please give yourself a shout out as to what you're running for? And we need to get you elected into Portland. And I want to again thank you for joining my space Thursday. And that was awesome that you came in, and you're in the belly of the beast in Portland, Oregon. Everybody knows about how corrupt Portland, Oregon is. It's almost full-on communist right now, and Matthias is proudly standing up as a man of God and running for office in that city. So would you please give yourself a shout out? It's well deserved.
Yeah, I'll give a little spiel. So I'm from Columbus, Georgia, born and raised there, and then I am a practicing attorney. So my background is in environmental law, doing bioremediation projects using hemp and probiotics to clean Superfund sites. That whole project was to make a biodiesel. Long story short, I learned that one of the resources that most wars are fought over are petroleum. So I figured if there's a way that we could make our most used resource at home using unused land, it was a nice way to kind of make things America first and kind of staying out of other people's wars just because we don't need to protect our interests if they're not as far spread. But currently I'm running for Portland City Council because my wife is from Portland, and she bullied me into it. So I have a master's in political science. I went to the University of Georgia. I grew up in an army town, and I just know what America should look like, and this ain't it. That's kind of it. It's like I know how I've really enjoyed hearing all of the academic talk. I'm kind of a nerd and love the classics, so I like to go back and read those myself. But I love hearing it on the new modern airwaves. But we're fighting for Portland at the ground level. Like Mad Dog said, I am a District 3 candidate, and the 3 incumbents that I'm fighting against are all DSA. Tomorrow, they brought in Hassan Piker to essentially campaign for them, and we're the testing ground. So we're number 4 in size of DSA membership in their hierarchy, and a lot of our local leadership is national leadership. So I'm just a good old-fashioned country boy. I believe in the Bible and the Constitution in that order, and I just can't leave well enough alone. This is a beautiful place. I mean, if you've never been to the Pacific Northwest, you will fall in love like I did with the land. And then I met a Portland girl, and that's why I'm running. It's like I can't let my wife's hometown go to commies, not after the blood that's been shed in my family for this. So I appreciate Mad Dog giving me the space. I hope you all come out tomorrow if you're local. I've got some pretty nifty anti-DSA shirts my wife made. I've been pressing on these things all day, so they're not going to burn this roast down. And we got posters, so you just come on out. We got stuff for you.
Matthias, I look forward to meeting you. I'm going to get a picture of you and me together, and I'm going to post it on X. So I look forward to that.
You can't miss me. I'll be the only black man on the Republican side.
Right on. Hands. I need help.
Carrie's next, and then Chad.
Do you guys think we could end this at 7:30 in 9 minutes? Because we're pushing 3.5 hours.
Okay, I'm gonna go ahead. I'll keep the space open for another 15 minutes, but we could Scuba, if he wants to end, that's fine. I'm gonna go ahead and hold the space open. But let's go ahead and direct our questions for Sterling, and keep them focused and pithy, because he's gonna be leaving here directly. What did you say? 15 minutes, Sterling?
8.
8 minutes. Sterling's leaving, so let's do a flash round. Go ahead, Carrie.
Thank you. Yeah, I apologize every time I finally get to the mic. If sometimes the conversation has gone so far that I want to be able to like comment on everybody, and that would be awesome to be able to meet Matthias. I don't know that I have plans to go to Portland, but if I make some, I'll definitely make it a point to try to stop by. But the subjects over the course of time has came up, like what can we do, and things like that. And I think right now, all of us being here, wherever we are in our state, our country, we're obviously trying to familiarize ourselves with the enemy and how they work. And I just think that one of the biggest factors that they have touched on is their ideology, the fact that they want to redefine everything. That's where that spread of misinformation and indoctrination all stems from, what they want you to believe. It's not based on science, it's not based on logic, sound reasoning, because anybody with sound reasoning is going to have a God in their life, a moral compass, if you will. And that I just wanted to touch on the fact, we did bring up just for a second what IP25 is, and I want to say that in that petition, it says that no regulation can redefine what is generally accepted in our practices, our agricultural practices, and so forth. And I think that's one of the things that is where, what can we do? We can protect ourselves from being redefined. And now it's like, well, we're already behind enemy's lines. They're already in our schools. Abso-fucking-lutely. Yeah, that's right. Like, we have to do right now. You're here. Raise this awareness and be on the lookout and find out what you can do. I just recently looked up when my city halls are, first Tuesday of every month. I'm like, all right, put it on my calendar, go. Find out what's on their ticket, but watch what they're doing and watch what they're trying to pass into our laws, and the ideology versus, reality, truth, logic, all of the sound-mindedness. Protect it, defend it. This is there's nowhere to run. Once we already ran to America as insurrectionists want. There's nowhere to run. We have to just be aware. So I've heard so many people so far. Sterling, you, thank you, Mad Dog, and a couple of military enlistments. I can't wait to revisit this particular space and bring a notebook. I think John Locke was brought up as an author of a book that I don't have, so I was, all right, I'm gonna go back and listen over with a notebook. Great space tonight. Thank you all. God bless.
Thank you, Carrie. Next.
Chad. I don't see any other hands but Chad. Do you? Christy's got her, or Christian's got his up.
And I'll try. Can we? Yeah, just keep them short and directed towards Sterling, so he can answer some questions.
Yeah. I'll keep it real quick and short. It's not really a question for Sterling, but just an idea. Islam, you don't want to consider a cult or a religion. Consider a supremacy organization. Because if you look at it, back in time, and before Iran was overtaken, the Democratic Party, the liberals and Democratic Party pushed it throughout the colleges and everything for them to push in for Islam to take over and all that and everything. That's what happened over there. I just want to say that real quick. I had another whole deal, but I'm gonna leave it at that real quick. But anytime, never call Islam a religion or a cult. Call it a supremacy organization, because that's what it is. I'm gonna leave it there so other people can talk. I'd have a lot more to say, but I'm gonna leave it there.
Go ahead, Christian.
Well, thank you for the mic, Mad Dog. I've got something else to bring up later, but Sterling, since you're here, and I know that Scoob is also here. So in the state of Washington, we got the actual November 4th, the ballot for the Save Girls Sports. We have the giving parents rights back so that schools don't actually, and medical boards don't take them from their parents to take them to get transitioned or other things like abortion. Those are heavy hitters. How do we get the voice out there to be able to push these things to make sure that people are aware? Because right now, the parents' rights and the Save Girls Sports, they're trying to push the initiative doctrine. What's going to be in the voter pamphlet is like falsified. But same with what's going on with the income tax in the state of Washington. So how do we make people aware? Because this is a huge thing that these DSA and Democrats are really pushing to try to falsify the voter pamphlets and booklets so people don't really know what they're voting on.
I have no idea.
Because this is a very, very big thing right now. We are dealing with it in this state. I know Angela knows what California is like, and they've done that down in California too. So we need to bring awareness to these things. How do we do that? That's what I want to
know. I think our churches really need to get involved in this. I know that churches, some don't like to get political, but this is a big deal, and this is an attack on God and the nuclear family. And I think it falls within their purview, at least for them to say something, or doing outreach of some kind, to do getting out there. I mean, do rallies, do a flag wave with a sign that talks about those specific initiatives, because you're right. We're in trouble as far as that stuff goes. How did we ever get to the point where the state would have more say than a parent over a parent's genetic property? I think that term needs to start being used a lot more, because it is. You created it. It is your genetic property, and I believe that'll hold in court. And we have to get control back here. The state has way too much power, so spread the message however you can. Spread this YouTube channel. Spread these spaces. Join the Patriot War Room. Powered with, coupled with CSN, so that we can continue to spread the message. There's quite a few Pacific Northwesters in these spaces, so just continue to push, continue to tell everybody get on X, get on YouTube, watch these accounts, look at Sterling's account, or YouTube. He's got some really good stuff on there as well, and I bet you he could put together something before midterms on this subject as well. But Anita also runs spaces on Family First, so that is another good one. But we just need to keep pushing. So yeah, subscribe to my YouTube, Sterling's YouTube. Look in the purple pill; it's in there. And talk to your churches, talk to your friends and family. Get it out there. People need to know that their rights are being stripped, because I have a hunch that not even a lot of people are paying attention.
Not only are their rights being stripped, but their rights are being stripped legally through law.
Yeah, one of the things, Sterling, that me surprise you is the income tax for the state of Washington was not even put forth before the voters, and there was a clause in the actual state constitution that did not allow them to do a state income tax, but they did it anyway, and that's Bob Ferguson. So I will drop, but I kind of want to bring that because I am in the state of Washington DM group. We do talk about a lot of things, but I don't know how many people are aware, just in the West Coast, that all the governments are the same from Washington, Oregon, down to California. But I wanted to bring up, so next week on Sunday, just Mad Dog, I know that you're going to get excited about hearing this. They're going to have, in the city of Sumner, Washington, they're going to have a Charlie Kirk Memorial Day and have it last from 11 to 8. And I'm excited for that. So if anybody's in the PNW, that's pretty cool. They're going to talk about, protecting girls from boys in sports and locker rooms. They're also going to talk about transition, and they're going to talk about Charlie Kirk and worship, have music and guest speakers. So if anybody's aware.
Thank you, Kristen. Do we have any more questions for Sterling? He's on a short time scale. So anybody?
I just want to say thank you. It was absolutely brilliant. And I too am going to go back and re-listen.
Thank you very much for being here, Dr. Angela. I really do appreciate all the support from everybody. We're going to let Sterling say his final words here, and he's going to be leaving. I'm going to hold the space open for a little while longer, but I have a hard stop at 8 o'clock. It's a good conversation. I want to keep it going. There's a lot of people up here that have been requesting mics, and I'm sure there's more. I see Funkmaster came in and others. So, Sterling?
Yeah, I just wanted to close with saying I hear a lot of people asking, well, what can we do? What's the solution? We need to, before this presentation, I'm going to take a guess, and a lot of you didn't know the distinction between Marxism, Socialism, and Communism. You didn't even know who Hegel was. You didn't know what the dialectic was. Digest this stuff. Okay, don't. It takes a while for this information to really set in and take hold, and there is the allure of putting the cart before the horse. And what I would suggest is just slowly educate yourself over a long period of time, because change, if it's genuine change, it takes time. Building a habit takes 30 days to do. Consistency. And so what I would say, just for right now, what can you be doing? What you're doing right now. Just digest this information. If things aren't still clear to you, please, rewatch. And just let the information set in until you really understand it. And another thing that is measurable and doable that we can all do is we can refuse to use their language. We can refuse to use the words that they use and take back language. Again, the example that I use is, they say they're assigned at birth. That's not true. You're confirmed at birth. So using the correct words is also very, very powerful, because it's actually words that shape thought. It's not the other way around. You'd think that thinking forms words. It doesn't, because if you're unable to articulate if you are suffering, are you actually suffering? If that word was never given to you, if the concept and the word were never united at some point, you couldn't appreciate or understand the concept of suffering. Are you suffering? That's a legitimate question. So just let this information soak in. Take time that you need to understand it, because that's building a foundation. And that's what I wanted this to do. I didn't want to get too much into critical theory, but it's kind of unavoidable, being so far removed from classic Marxism and then how it's just changed over time. We kind of can't not talk about critical theory just because we're ingratiated in it. But just continue to educate yourself and inform others. And if you see a need, fill that need. So I saw a need that needed to be filled with some philosophical and some scholastic information. And so if you know about a subject that you've been studying and you really know a whole lot about, don't hold that to yourself. Let your light shine. Give that information to other people if you believe it to be beneficial. So that's what I would suggest what you guys can be doing that is realistic, it's measurable, it's humble. That's what I would recommend. And again, thank you guys for taking time out of your Saturday. I mean, you could be anywhere, but you chose to be here. So thank you so much. And if you have any questions, feel free to tag me in posts, or, for mutual friends, feel free to shoot me a DM. I'd be more than happy to answer any questions. And I will be covering more topics. The next topic will be about critical theory, but also I will be making a presentation because we need to understand our philosophical foundation in this country. We need to understand liberalism. Because people are getting liberal, like they're saying that these left-wing people are liberal. No, they're not. They're leftists. A leftist is not a liberal. To them, to leftists, both liberals and conservatives are both liberal. And that will make more sense once I cover the philosophy of liberalism and what that actually means. So we need to expose ourselves to the global context and understanding of the words that we're using so that we're using them correctly. That is my goal. So thank you, everyone. Have a great
Sterling.
And yes, ma'am.
This is Dr. Angela. I'm up here with the blue profile pic. I'm in the San Francisco Bay Area, ran for and am active with the conservative groups here. I would love to chime in and ask you a couple questions. Can you follow me back so I can tag you or DM you? Thank you.
Yeah, absolutely. Thank you.
That is an awesome person to follow. Dr. Angela is an awesome person on Spaces. Sterling, I'm giving you a round of applause. Thank you for being here and presenting this.
Thank you, everyone. God bless. Have a good night. I'll be around. You know how to reach me.
Yeah, thank you, Sterling. That was an amazing first space. That was one of the best spaces I've been in. It was very informative. I appreciate everyone that was here and that made it happen. I know that took a lot of effort and studying and, getting the back channels going. Scuba, Kelly, Mad Dog. I know you guys had to put in a lot of work for this space too. So thank you, everybody. It's a great space.
So we're going to go open mic for hands. Anybody, any feedback? Do you see any hands?
Gary has hers up and Matthias just put his up.
Okay, Gary.
Yeah, it's just, the epiphanies that I get while being in this space tonight are, I swear I have undiagnosed ADHD. The ideology, the spread of it, and what they're doing, God, there's educating ourselves really is the best, one of the best ways for us to equip ourselves to combat it. But we talked about an expanse of things, and we talk about not arguing with them or mocking them, or rather mocking them, or what have you. To me, it blows my mind to think you're arguing with something or an ideology that basically stoops to a low that has no low it won't go. And in that thinking, it then holds itself higher than an opposition that has a set of morals of like, how do you combat this, and how are they getting away with it? And he also brought up, he said this is a more recent, it's like, to me, I was thinking of a hybrid model of socialism coming in to be that, and how it's a catalyst. Socialism isn't the end all game, it's the catalyst to the Marxism or the communism. And I'm like, we're watching it be implemented right freaking here every damn day. Our state just said the federal government giving the businesses here in Oregon will not happen. They're literally making it so that people don't believe in a capitalist environment because they're literally, attacking it. and the boys and the girls buses, and the fact that they want to reaffirm children in a different body, we know we're in the enemy's territory, or it is taking over our territory, and it's a redefinition, redefining a person's biology. That's insane. Like it's just right here. I'm gonna try to just go back and listen, and I'm gonna pick up a couple of books, I think. And I was actually just getting a membership to Audible because honestly I need glasses, and it's been a minute since I read a book, and I'm tired of them blurring out and giving up. So I'm gonna see what I can find on Audible. Yeah, the ideology though, and the languages that they're subtly redefining things. They're also giving the state more and more power over our, traditional ways of life. It's right here in the Pacific Northwest. We're in deep trouble because it's already in our schools, indoctrinating children, and our education system doesn't even require assessment tests for diploma. We're in trouble here. So to me, this was so eye-opening. It was just so eye-opening. I love philosophical conversations. So with that, I'll get off the mic here.
Thanks, Carrie. Go ahead, Matthias. Or unless she has not dog.
No, you covered it.
All right. Go ahead, Matthias.
I can't say Carrie was wrong. I've only lived in Oregon for 3 years, but it was 3 years was too enough, or 3 years was enough for me to want to do something. It's too much. I actually was at a Christine DeRaisin event this afternoon, and one of the reasons why I didn't get in the space in the time I wanted to. But it's real. The nonprofits are taking money from taxpayers and indoctrinating children, plain and simple. They're preying on the vulnerable, and they're presenting themselves as, for lack of a better word, God. When people are desperate, and you offer a hand up and then you give it to them, they feel beholden. The event we went to was actually hosted by Latinos for DeRaisin, and they were essentially telling all the things that I've seen, from the outside looking in Portland, the abuse of nonprofits and targeting, vulnerable communities. And they were literally of the 14 people that spoke to Christine DeRaisin, they all said the same thing. There's like, we feel like the conservatives and their values match our community, but we're scared of the rhetoric and because of the way that the left has kind of postured themselves. And it's just sad. We're watching. I grew up in a town where people left, weekly to go fight the things that people are important here wholesale, like it's the answer. So I just want to say thank you to Mad Dog and thank you to Sterling. My nerd has come out, and I wholeheartedly will be here when the schedule allows to just discuss the classics. I heard St. Thomas Aquinas and John Locke mentioned. It's one of those. After this, I almost want to have a book club with Sterling. That way we can truly just nerd out and explain to people that this is what our founding fathers did. They discussed the classics, they read the Bible, and then they worked hard jobs.
Thanks, Sterling. You stole my husband.
That's Lauren, my campaign manager. But thanks, Mad Dog, and thanks to everybody who still believes in America. If you are an immigrant and you have served in this country, I actually said this today at the Latinos for DeRaisin event. It's like, I grew up in an army town. Some of the best Americans, I spoke broken Spanish to them or broken Korean to their grandmothers while I was trying to get a second plate while they told us how much they loved this country. It's like, I'm a real one. It's like, I'm tired of these people acting like this country's terrible.
Well, for the first time, I actually heard your country boy accent come out when you said hello the second time. Go
So
ahead.
I want to give a big shout out to Scuba for streaming this on YouTube. He was an integral part of this presentation, and he hasn't been shouted out enough. Go to his YouTube, like it, subscribe, and please do that. Scuba's a main part of the Patriot War Room, has been ever since it started. So, yeah, thank you, Scuba, for everything you've done. Do we have any more hands?
Yes.
Yeah. Real quick, I just wanted to say the link is in the purple pill if you guys don't have it to go to YouTube.
So I just wanted to mention that for about 15 years, I did not have a TV. I believe that we pay the subscriptions of the fake media and all these lies that are fed to us via TV. We need to stop that. And of course, I'm just one drop in the bucket. We all need to do this. I mean, nowadays you can also streamline, right, from online network, whatever. The other thing that works, I think, in our neighborhood in Romania, and other people started to pick this up in Europe, is that if you're self-sufficient, and even though you may live in a building and not have actually a way to purchase a lot and actually, have a garden there, you can still create something, a tentative. But you should know at least who's making let's say, who's raising livestock, who's making cheese, who's making honey, or whatever it is out there. So just kind of support the community of those who actually are still producing locally. We know the organic term is already debatable, but truly, if we can find our neighbors in our network, in our zip code, or even online. Some actually ship online. That would be probably a way to also do it that way. So, yeah, just coming up with ideas that I know if we hit them in the pocket, because that's where they get the money from, that's the only common denominator that I can find everywhere. And we have that adage, follow the money, right? So I think we should start there and we should hit them hard there. Over. Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you. I'm going to be rotating some people out, so I want to bring Sunlight up. He's got a lot of information. He's really knowledgeable about this. So, and we're going to be closing down in 10 minutes. So anybody else who would like to speak, request a mic. But just if we do drop you, we'll bring you back up if there's time. Thank you.
Can I just say thank you as well?
I was going to call your name anyway.
Oh, yeah. I just want to say thank you so much for all of you that what you're doing here and bringing some lights to people who does not have enough understanding of what we are facing here. I was at a moment thinking that we're going to end up like the Brits, because they also didn't know how bad was their situation, and they basically are losing their country. And I'm so hopeful now that this early wake-up call that I'm seeing here, it's just a light at the end of the tunnel, at least for me. I wasn't sure if there was like a effort to put minds into the same, sets of thoughts. And I can see that this is happening here. And I thank you all for doing that. And I thank God's for leading my way to this space tonight. And I'm following you all. And I hope that there'll be more of this discussions, because I do need some kind of a clarity and guidance here on how we're going to do this together. Because I don't think we can do it, individually. So I really appreciate it. Thank you.
Thank you. Funk Master.
Hello, everybody. Great space. I'm glad I was able to catch the tail end of it, being on the other side of the globe.
wanted to just run a couple of ideas across really fast before I get to making my breakfast and everything. There's a phrase that is called chabu doa. And chabu doa is a phrase that's used in China, and it means off, but not by a lot. Okay? And this is one of the things you see with construction accidents, disasters, cladding falling off of buildings and hitting people while they're shopping and stuff like that, which is super common but unreported. That at a construction site, they'll all have tape measures, and they'll compare their tape measures. They'll extend them and look at them, and all of them are different. Now, just try to imagine what that's going to do. If you're building a major structure, then all your workers who show up have non-standard tape measures, right? And this is a small example of the yes man culture and the corruption culture that comes in when you have a communist system or a system that LARPs as a communist system, because there's worse systems that LARP as communism. I just want to be clear about that. You know, the CCP is not a communist system. It's worse. But like somebody had mentioned so astutely before, Marxism, communism, socialism is a vehicle to bring in hard classist, hyper-classist feudalism, where you have a wasteland where there's only a few places where there's like you'll drive down the street and you'll see a couple of city blocks that are walled off with electric wire, spiked wire cameras and everything. And in between there's a bunch of trees, and then there's a nice house. And that's the way they want it. They want to live in their little compound while everybody's having at each other on the outside of their wall, and they're watching it on their CCTVs. Just to give you a viewpoint of that. And if you don't agree, I understand, but check out the Timber District in Iquitos. I'll leave a pin in the Purple Pill too, if I can, before it closes, showing Navarro Copper Street in the Timber District of Iquitos. It's number 20 on the most deadly places on the planet, and I lived there for 6 months. And that's what the left is trying to import to our place, to our country. And yeah, I was walking around. They had military patrols at night, military police patrols with full auto AKs, like caravans driving around the neighborhood at night. One morning I was walking to get breakfast, and there was just a naked dude stumbling around. And everybody was walking around not like they didn't even see him. Like it was just normal to them. You know, and piles of trash in the middle of the road in random places where dogs are running to and from and fighting for the trash and stuff. But I'll get the street view, or I'll get the pin so you guys can go to Google Maps and Street View, look at it. Yeah, and I've been also to 2 Muslim countries, and it's just the same rundown feel. You know, broken infrastructure, bars all over everything, zero trust society. Having a surveillance state doesn't answer that. It makes it worse. They have more cameras than people in China, yet serial killings are super high. Kidnappings are super high. Theft is super high. Bars all over everything. Rundown infrastructure. Thank y'all for holding this space, and everybody be sure, please look there and like, share, bookmark it.
Thank you for that. Scuba's got his hand up. I gave, I want Rigo time to talk about the new developments in the CNET, and but I want to go to Sunlight. Oh, wait, Scuba, you got your hand up. Scuba.
I'll be really quick.
What do you got?
Yeah, I just wanted to thank you for the shout out. And yeah, if people want to rewatch the space, it has been streamed on my YouTube the entire time. But that also comes with a slide deck that Sterling put together on Marxism, socialism, and communism. So if you rewatch it, please watch it on my YouTube so that you can get the slide deck as well.
Thank you for that, Scuba. Sunlight, welcome.
Hey, what's up, Mad Dog? I'm sorry that I missed this earlier. I bounced in for a second and had a whole bunch of stuff to do, and so glad to make it back. And, you know, not going to launch into a diatribe or what have you. I just wanted to call out things I put in the Purple Pill that I would encourage anyone that's interested in this topic to consider watching or reading. You know, there's things that I've aggregated over the years. You know, the first one is the long form of Yuri Bezmenov's interview in 1984 with the John Birch Society describing KGB subversion tactics and their objectives and what have you. He's the ex KGB agent. It's well worth the watch. It'll resonate, with what we're saying today. Second one I put down there is the Higgins memo, is the POTUS and political warfare. Higgins was in the National Security Agency as Trump was campaigning, and he watched the deep state get organized and get aligned to destroy the MAGA movement, much like they had destroyed the Tea Party movement, much like they had destroyed the United We Stand movement, much like they had destroyed Reaganomics. And he put together this memo and he stuck it on Trump's desk in May of 2017 after he was inaugurated in January, and was promptly fired and walked out of the NSA by McMaster's, who was the head of the NSA at the time. But it's well worth the read, and this goes into the communists. It also, discusses Islamism. Now that, Red-Green Alliance wasn't a thing in May of 2017, but it's become, kind of a quick way to describe the forces that are aligned against America. The other thing I put down there was a documentary that was created shortly after the fall of the Soviet Union, and it's labeled The Rise and Fall of Socialism, and it's a 3-part series, an hour-long each, and that's a huge time investment, but let me tell you, it's well worth the watch because it'll get you grounded in all the concepts that led up to Marx and Engels, thought process as they wrote Das Kapital, as well as, the Communist Manifesto. And it follows it in every iteration from that point forward, all the way through the fall of the Soviet Union. And so it's called The Rise and Fall of Socialism, Heaven on Earth, because that's what the Marxists hope to create, is a utopia. I put in there also a little thread that I put together on Mao Zedong and, his Cultural Revolution, because the Great Leap Forward had failed miserably from 1949. And in 1965, 66, he unleashed his Red Guard. He had educated 2 generations, effectively, of Chinese youth, and had indoctrinated them into his version of Marxism. And the Cultural Revolution was launched. 16 million lost their lives, murdered by 18-year-olds, 16-year-olds, 15-year-olds, 17-year-olds. They killed their parents, they killed their teachers, they killed business owners, they killed individuals affiliated with religion. They hung them they shamed them in the public square and then murdered them in front of everybody. And once Mao Zedong retained power, what do you think happened to the Red Guard? They ended up in the same gulag that was the precursor where the Uyghurs are housed today, the Uyghur Muslims. He wiped them out. But the premise of it was to get rid of the 4 olds, the old ways, the old customs, the old habits, and the old ideas. And this is what Marxism does. When Pol Pot seized power in Cambodia, he declared it as times 0. It was a new dawn. It was the utopia that he was going to create. 2.5 million souls later, buried in the killing fields, Pol Pot was deposed and murdered and aptly killed himself. And the Khmer Rouge, lost power. But, when Kamala Harris says, imagine what can be unburdened by what has been, that is pure Marxist doctrine. That's saying, get rid of the heritage. You were on stolen land, you white colonizers, you're worthless. We're going to start times 0 right now with DEI and with the Green New Deal and everything that happened before is old news. And that's what the Marxist does. Last couple things I put down there was a presentation that James Lindsay did in front of the Economic Society in Paris, where he described how Marxism, the rise and fall of socialism didn't really happen. It just got repackaged. And he called it woke. And he walks through all the iterations of the neo-Marxism as woke Marxism. And again, that's well worth the watch. And I think that that's all I put down there, but just things that I've run across over the years, and I think that to establish a baseline, we have to understand what we're up against, and I think between a couple of those things, if you have the time to read or watch, I think it'll help, frame where we're at. And with that, I'll land.
Thank you very much. Well, I think we've all learned that we're up against an evil in this country, and that it's our job as American citizens to push back. And this is how we do it. We educate ourselves and we unite. And with that, I'm going to give it to Dear Patriot and Rigo. Before that, I want to thank Dear Patriot and Kelly for helping me co-host. I want to thank Scuba for everything he did again, and Sterling, what an awesome presentation he did, and all the speakers that came up, great questions. It was just a awesome informative space today. So I'll let you two fight it out, who's going to go first and who's going to close out.
Ladies first. Go ahead, Kelly.
I'll just say bye, everybody. Thanks for having me up here, Mad Dog.
Excellent space. There's an update to the CWN on X space. We'll be reposting all your spaces there. Thanks to Dear Patriot and the website developer, the professional website developer. We are now in the process of constructing our website where all the links are going to go in and all the members. You can go to CSN on X main page, please, and follow that page. All spaces will be uploaded to there if we can, as well as links to the website so people can click a link and go straight to your space if it's going on. There's so much that's happening here, and I want to just thank everybody that's been a part of this. It's a team effort. Remember, we are a group of decentralized individuals pushing our message together through educational forces such as this one. And it's very important to stay on task and stay out of the drama. There's a lot of drama spaces out there. I'm not telling you don't go listen, but try to stay out of the mush. And so, yeah, I mean, I just want to say thank you guys for everything. I see Radio down there, Winona. She's going to be launching her space, the Beef Initiative one. And that hopefully will come up on Friday. As soon as it does, her logo will be up on the CSN webpage as well as a brand new member and growing. Don't forget about Apothecary Carol space tomorrow. Get your learn on if you want to maha yourself on certain things that you could consume or not consume. And of course, Dr. Angie's always in there. I see her. She goes for us in the reality check and a couple other places. She's great. And one of the things here is Amy's space is also a Maha type space. Guys, try to make it to that. Amy's garden, the Garden of Eve, not of Steve. And Amy likes to do that gardening thing too. And that's a great space for us to learn a lot of food and what's healthy and how to grow and a bunch of other subjects. So thank you guys for always supporting the CSN. And again, together, we are the branches that come together that are unbreakable. Remember that. Thank you.
Yeah, thank you, Rigo. And yeah, just to follow up basically what you and Mad Dog and Kelly said, I really appreciate everyone being in here. I think I saw almost everyone from all the hosts, at least from CSN and Patriots War Room in here. A lot of the crowds from both of them. It's really cool to see the groups mesh. Yeah, thank you to all the hosts, everyone who was, doing things behind the scenes, whether it's the websites or the YouTube or, yeah, there's just a lot going on, and it really takes each and every one of us. I see these spaces getting bigger and bigger and more people using their voices, which is awesome. So yeah, really good to see all of you. If anyone's new and they don't really know what PWR or CSN is, feel free to join. The links are in the purple pill. We have spaces going every day, all different kinds of spaces. They're all informative. We got, Rigo listed them off, but yeah, it's a really great crowd, really great community. I'm really blessed to be a part of it. So much love to all you guys, and I can't wait for the next one. We got Chud Lounge that just launched right now too. So if anyone's still in the mood for a space, feel free to jump in Chud Lounge with Dahlia and Sin. And God bless you guys. Have a good night.
Have a great night, everybody. Remember, don't be the bourgeoisie, but don't believe the proletariat. Thank you.
Hold on to your guns.
Go buy more guns.
And ammo.
Thank you, everybody. I am gonna I'm gonna convert myself to Mad Chud, and I'm going over to the Chud Lounge immediately. So I will see you there. Good night, all, and thank you. We'll do this again.
Good night. God bless America.
God bless America, the one and only true. Great song.
Thank you, everybody, for rocking on YouTube. I appreciate you. This has been a wonderful, wonderful introduction to Marxism, socialism, and communism. There is definitely more topic-focused things on the way, so stay tuned. And remember that Philippians 4:13 says, I can do all things through Christ who strengthens me.